And we're live with Roundabout Cast 90.
82.
I think it's 90.
82.
Whoa.
It is not 82. Didn't we just do 89?
My thumbnails say 82.
I trust them. I trust them more than I trust myself. They've never been wrong. Well, on that case, 82, and we're recording right before Thanksgiving, the week of. It's a very chill week, I think, for all of us for the most part, so that'll be nice. And as a result, we were like, okay, Joe's dying, worth noting, so we got like a little taste of that right as we start. He's sick, but we wanted to catch up right before the busy holiday season, and we have a lot to talk about, as tends to be the case. So,
Unfortunately,
who wants to go first with what they've been up to?
I'm last.
I'm curious. Yeah, Joe has to be last because he was sick, so he's been up to a lot. But I'm very curious about some of y'all's takes and some of the topics today. Tyler, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I'll kick us off. I've been watching. I've been enjoying Rick and Morty season 2 so far.
Season 7?
Who?
Season 7, yeah, Jesus. Season 7.
Yeah, season 2 was when it was the best. You're right.
Yeah.
So fun fact, Rick and Morty I think has been on for 9 years now.
Damn.
Almost hitting that decade mark.
Hey, 7 seasons in 9 years is not bad. It feels like it's worse than that, but it's really not.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Attack on Titan.
I'm gonna contrast Rick and Morty season 7.
Nothing.
Like, it's got the new voice actors to replace Justin Roiland.
Oh, how is that?
They're barely noticeable. If you're just watching it like you normally do, just brain off, you hardly tell. Like, there's some moments of extreme, like, Morty or Rick noises that they don't quite get, but it is 95% accurate.
I'm sure by like episode 3 you get so used to it that it's whatever.
It was like 10 minutes into episode 1 I was used to it.
Even better.
Yeah. And it's also nice, they don't make any meta jokes about it. It's just, they're just doing the same shit as always.
Good call.
But, and this gets a good contrast. Not Justin Roiland. Who's the other guy?
Dan Harmon.
Dan Harmon. Dan Harmon also had an article come out this year, and it's one of his most recent interviews, and it talks about going through the community, becoming a writer, and like getting canceled, quote, and just like the past 15 years of his career. And he talks about how he goes to a lot of therapy now. Because he used to think he was like on top of the world. He had community, he like being an ass was cool in the early 2010s, late 2000s. Like that was the shtick.
And he definitely embraced that. You could tell like he was kind of going off that persona.
He was edgy, and So when Rick and Morty started, it was very easy to see those character traits come through Rick, I guess. And it's interesting that it developed this kind of like toxic culture of Rick and Morty and like who liked them. Since last season and even more into this season, Rick has been going to therapy. He has a therapist that he sees in the show and like interacts with a lot. And these are some of the funniest episodes. Fun fact, the first episode about therapy is Pickle Rick. Like that's how long he's been going to therapy. And you can see the reflection of like calling out Dan Harmon's growing up into Rick's character and how it's not cool to be toxic. And like it says, people who like Rick are toxic. Rick is toxic, but he's trying to change. And I just find that to be a very interesting character journey that Dan Harmon is putting into Rick.
Wasn't this the season where Dan Harmon would stop writing? Like I heard there was a bunch of new writers in Rick and Morty. It's like a story like that. I don't know if it's this season or maybe next.
If it's even this season, he still set it up in the past few seasons, like... And if it's not, like, it still feels very similar to Dan Harmon.
Because I was like, that's a very cool character journey, but then I think of characters like Summer and Beth, and it's like they're kind of still going the opposite direction. It's as of, like, the last stuff I was watching, like I don't know, Summer is very much embodying that, so I don't know if they've done anything with her. Not that I'm
Um,
not the most invested in Rick and Morty storytelling, but I could spot these things out.
they did a little bit of things with Summer. Summer's very Rick, but also has the Jerry parts of her where she's still like an Earth person and cares about people, and she calls Rick out for being a piece of shit. I don't know. It's still a cartoon. It still gets to be brain off. But in this latest season, they're kind of calling out like, "Hey, this is toxic behavior. This isn't cool. Like, if you think this is cool, this is not cool." So yeah, that's
I'm
just
just laughing
just
because
it.
like he goes through this character journey, and then all the guys who are like, "You're just not smart enough to get Rick. He's totally enlightened, bro." That they get shut down by his therapy journey.
Yeah. And I'm like, I like that. This is great. This is great content. This is what I'm here
I
for.
like that.
Let's keep this in mind for Attack on Titan talks later. There's very and Walter White, Rick, Aaron, lots of their fans gotta have to go through that journey, which I think is pretty funny.
Okay. I've also been doing I got WarioWare Move.
How
This is
was
my
that?
first WarioWare game.
I've also never gotten into them, but
So I like live service ongoing games, and I get to say live service now because that's the phrase, but I've liked games that I get to play for a long time, even since I was young.
yeah,
Like Roller Coaster Tycoon and other like games where like you just get to play a lot of it.
Maple Story.
Because it's Maple Story, things like that. WarioWare is the antithesis of why I like games. It's fun. It's a fun party game. But oh boy, is it fun for like 20 seconds.
Yep.
That is the definition of a second-to-second gameplay loop.
I have also always felt that I would be very bored of WarioWare if I got one, which is why I've never done them. But however, we have Mr. Nintendo on the call, and I wanted to ask him what he thinks of the WarioWare series.
Hello, it's me, Mr. Nintendo.
Oh!
Hey. I kind of get that with WarioWare. The one I played the shit out of was the DS one, which I think was the second WarioWare game. And I think what really helped me with that game is, like, you're constantly going through these micro games, and you don't want to play the same ones over and over. But when you're playing that one, I feel like you're constantly unlocking new shit. Like, every time you beat someone's grouping of mini games, you either unlock multiple new characters, each with their own batch of mini games, or there's like a bunch of these like other side like toys and apps and mini games that you get to select that you unlock. Like I don't know how else to call them. They're like it's not fair to call them side modes. They're just like little trinkets you can unlock that I think just show off a lot of like DS gimmicks since it was early on in the DS.
Is that one Shake It? No, that's the Game Boy one.
Nah, it was just like stuff to play with. But my point is like you're constantly unlocking shit, and I don't know. That kind of gives you a drive to keep going when the gameplay is little 5-second micro games. And I feel like if I wasn't constantly feeling like I was making progress, it would get boring fast.
I played WarioWare Smooth Moves, and I agree with Tyler. Like it's kind of fun when you have people to play it with, but like doing it by yourself is silly and stupid. It's just like I tried it once when I was like 13, and being a weird kid, even doing that stuff by myself, I'm like, this is just a little bit too much.
I'm weird, but I have standards, okay?
Yeah.
Did you ever play Gold, Bradley? I heard that was a cool one. It was also one of the last 3DS games, which is like kind of neat.
I never got to try that one. I played the first two on Game Boy. I played Game Boy Advance, and I played the DS one, and then I played one of the ones on the Wii, and I think that was about it.
Mid-series, but it's got Ashley, so salvaged.
It's actually got a lot of pretty fucking fun characters, which, like, I wish they could do more stuff with the characters besides just being in WarioWare.
Yeah.
But, I don't know.
I like 9-Volt when I see him
he's so cool.
When I see him as a spirit in Smash, I'm like, he's cute. He's cool. Back
So
to
yeah,
Tyler.
there's that. I guess not much else. Like, I guess I can bring Joe into this conversation a little bit.
Yeah.
Invincible.
Season 2.
Season 2. Okay, like, first of all, let's start off with my beef.
Yeah.
They're splitting this up into 2 parts. Each part has 4 episodes.
Yeah. I didn't know that until like recently, which I thought.
What is taking them 2 years? Because this isn't Mappa quality. This isn't great animation.
Okay, but they're not killing their animators. That's why. In a reasonable work schedule, it takes a long time to reach Mappa quality. And Mappa also can't even reach Mappa quality because they're overworking.
I don't want Mappa quality. Like, there's a lot of translating going on, and I don't mean like language translating. I mean sliding around of PNGs on the screen.
Nice motion tween douche kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, season 1 also only had 8 episodes.
Season 1 also didn't look great. Like, it was a good story.
Looks the exact same as season 1, but I'm like, 2 parts. Like, anyway.
Well, I think partially is they know that the holiday season is not a good season for like viewership, so they are pushing it back later so they can get better views later down the line. I think that's part of it.
To me, the main thing is, hey, if we wait 4 years to put out any content, the show is going to lose all the steam that we gain. So what we can do is split this into 2 or 3 parts and put them out not too far from each other and put out the first one earlier than it would take to put out the whole thing, because by that point we'll have lost steam, which is exactly the same thing as some of these harder to make animes are doing. Animation sucks, bro. It's a thankless job for how much work they do, relatively.
I will say, episode 3 came out last week, and you haven't watched it yet, Tyler, and there was some good animation there and some scenes. But yeah, I mean, it is a more simple anime, or not even anime, just a simple animated show. But about the show itself, I've really been liking season 2 so far.
Yeah. To say other than that, it is great.
I really like Mark. I like how what he's going through and what he's thinking about. The jokes are hitting really well. The scene where like they're like, oh yeah, there's this fucking city that's just forever night. Can you just go in there and check in on it? He's like,
yeah, Night City's great.
Yeah. Really, really good. It's got like, I think they are doing some great balancing acts in terms of its comedy and its drama, and like the scene with Mark's mom, where she like has the breakdowns, really good. There's another scene in episode 3 that's really kind of like fucked up, but it's really, really good. It's making me want to read the comic. I just don't want to buy all the comics at once.
I do hear that the show quote unquote fixes a lot of comic issues. Like, for example, I hear in the comics, Mark's mom blames him for the events of the end of season 8 or season 1. I'm like, I don't want to see that. That seems like a plot line I would not like too much.
It is a little different, yeah. That like they're still bringing the emotional drama in. I think that may still happen at some point if they reach a boiling point. But it's not gonna be the exact same. The story is a lot different.
Building up to it differently can certainly help. Like, even like we'll do it, but in a different way to where it's smoother. Stuff like that is what a good adaptation should be doing. So
sometimes there's a good idea there, but you just write a shitty line and it ruins everything.
Yeah. there was a couple of things like that. I think the main thing. So, did you watch the Adam Eve special, Joe?
I haven't. I didn't even know it existed until season 2 came out. But like, is it like a 30, 45 minute episode?
No, it's an hour.
It's an hour.
It's an hour. Yeah. It's her backstory.
Okay.
Oh, that sounds good.
It's very good.
They also made a game off of it. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, it's like an RPG game.
I did not know.
Yeah.
At the gameplay trailer, it's like an RPG, like a little story-based RPG.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. I'm liking it so far. They're still bringing the emotions. The only one thing,
Mm-hmm.
there's just one problem. And it's not even a problem. It's just it keeps people who read it on their toes because we don't know what's going to happen.
Cool.
We've introduced a new villain in this season who's going to be great.
Yes.
So I'm really looking forward to that because this character fucks up so much shit. So much. It's insane. God, what is the name of Mark's girlfriend?
Amber.
Oh, Amber.
Amber.
What a character.
Yeah.
I don't know what this character is doing in the story.
Yeah, I thought they broke up at the end of season 1. But
I know what plot threads this is gonna lead to.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not anticipating it. I think it's gonna be bad.
Ooh.
It seems like the kind of thing where it's like we need to give Mark's girlfriend more agency, but it's like at what cost? Like, is that gonna be a messy storyline if we do so? So that's the vibe I get from some Amber stuff.
Well, people aren't a fan of fridging female characters anymore. So like you gotta figure out how to work around that.
Yeah.
I feel.
So okay, let me start over. Amber is not a character in Invincible.
Yeah, I hear she's very, she exists, right? But she's very minor.
No, in the comics, Amber does not exist.
Oh, well, all right.
She is not a character. So that is where I'm like, what is this character doing? Are you gonna do the plot thread that I think you're gonna do? Can we not do this?
I see her in the comics.
Is she in the comics?
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if Tyler just like
It completely forgets? Yeah.
That's
no.
what-
Okay. I remember. They did completely change the character. That's why I forgot her.
Yeah.
Okay.
But she is called Amber Bennett still.
She is Amber Bennett, yeah, still. They took off she's black in the animated. Okay, I remember now. It's been a couple years. I read these so super quick. Yeah.
It seems like she's forgettable. So maybe this is for the best. She's not forgettable this time.
Yeah. They did change up a couple of things. I think they're gonna keep changing because I don't think did him and Amber meet in like high school or college? Because I think it was
high
college.
school. I
No.
don't know. I don't know.
He's a high school student. They went to the college town for like orientation, where that like 5th or 4th episode was.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just way off then. Okay. I'm reading the synopsis again. All right,
Let
I'm
him
good
cook.
again.
Let him cook.
Yeah.
What I will say.
Completely minor. It's just a different vibe since this animation is gonna be drag out so long. And I like
Fair.
Invincible has those compendiums, and I literally read like probably 6 years worth of comics in like an hour and a half.
Damn.
Done
So-
that before.
Yeah. Yeah. So big difference of that. Never mind. I retract everything I said about Amber.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. This character exists.
Your Honor, strike it off the record.
Yep.
Yeah.
What I will say, I wanted to watch this. I didn't have time, but I mean that just means I can wait till the season to end and talk about the whole season next time. So I'm down for that.
Yeah. What do we have? 1 more week? 2 more weeks?
Oh
Yeah,
shit, that's right. I'm not gonna get the full season, am I? Okay, right.
Mid-season.
Right. Well,
Thursday, Friday.
I feel like I know where it's gonna.
and
Once I watch season 3, I know it's gonna end. But if Alan's already back in, got a good idea where it's gonna end.
I bet they're gonna do more than 3 seasons. What I will, in regards to Invincible, it very much bums me out that Bradley watched the first episode, didn't watch the post-credit scene because he didn't know it existed, that he felt like betrayed that a post-credit scene existed.
I know, like, I forgot the series existed.
You would super like this series, man. I promise you.
It's like, I did like the first episode.
It's got so much good Bradley stuff.
Oh, Bradley, it's so Bradley core. It's crazy.
It is. Like, give it another shot once you get a chance. I think you'd really like it.
You should definitely sit down. Have your wife sit down and watch it with you because I'd love to get her opinions on it because I don't think that's her style.
Like, I liked the first episode when I watched it, and I was like,
I
didn't see the post-credit scene, so I was like, that was cool. Maybe I'll watch more later. But then, like, later I learned, like, if I had watched that post-credit scene, that's probably the only thing I would have watched the rest of the night.
So we'll just reset your mind after the holiday seasons. Just slide back in, and then we'll all talk about it together next time. All right, let's roll on to my stuff. We're going to talk about. Let's see, where should I start? I'll talk about some fighting games that I've been playing recently. I played a little bit of the Granblue beta. Granblue Fantasy Versus is getting a new version with rollback netcode. It's got a ton of characters. The beta was a ton of fun. I like the game. It's like a nice mix of it's an anime fighter, but with like
footsies.
It's like less insane than say a Guilty Gear Blaze Blue or a Dragon Ball, which is nice. The character designs are mostly good. I do like them. They're like very anime fantasy designs, but like well executed versions. Only thing go ahead, Joe.
I was just gonna say I'm very sad I was very sick when this came out because I tried playing it like multiple times and I could not like get into. I need to learn a new fighting game mode with my brain all drugged up.
You have to change your brain a little bit when you jump.
I literally was sitting there trying to drive Impact at one point.
And they have a move that's sort of like Drive Impact, but it's not armored. So I would try to throw it out, and it's like, no, don't do that.
Nope.
Yeah, great game. I'm probably gonna pick it up. I just don't like ArcSys makes the worst user experience to get into a game.
That was the other thing. It was like Street Fighter spoiled us. Unfortunately.
But here's the thing: DNF Duel just had a thing where it's like, get queued up for matches on the beta in the full game, quick matchmaking, yada yada, go in, boom bang bow. Cool. Mm-hmm. Cool. You don't even need the whole Street Fighter suite. That's fine too. It's just ArcSys just tries to they try to fuck it up. They're just competing against themselves. I wanted to play the Under Night beta that came out this weekend. I didn't have time either. I guess I'll talk about in a sec why. The reason, I wanted to play it because I really like Melty Blood. I wasn't into Melty Blood character designs, but the gameplay is so good. So it's the same studio, so I wanted to check out some more of their stuff. So I'll check that out once it comes out in full. Comes out like I think the same day as Tekken, which is fucked up. Poor Under Night. It's just gonna get overshadowed, but I feel like I would enjoy it even more than Tekken, so I'm gonna try both out. And then I've been playing hella Street Fighter 6. I've made my game schedule for Street Fighter 6 is whenever there's a battle pass, I play it. Nice. That way I have time to play the million other games that came out this year during my gaming hours. But this was a very successful one. I went from this leg of the journey, I went from Diamond 2 or 3, top of Diamond 2 to Master with my main character. And then I got to start finally focusing on my secondary that I really want to play, which is the newest DLC character, Aki.
Aki, interesting.
Which is very difficult to play as well. I am so cursed with Street Fighter. I always pick characters that don't have reversals and don't have the cheap tools some other characters have, so you kind of have to play a little differently. And consequently, they're both considered bottom 3 characters. So it's like I just know how to pick them. But goddamn, Aki's fun. I don't even care. We'll figure it out.
I've been playing Street Fighter 2 as well. I got Cammy up to Platinum, which is to me a big achievement.
That's fucking good. Platinum is where the rank climb really starts.
Yeah. That's like okay, you're, I don't want to say the dregs, but you're now in adult mode when it comes to the fighting game.
You're a big boy now.
Yeah, you gotta learn how to get through there. So I'm doing okay with her. I'm getting close to getting her to like Platinum 2, but I eventually was like, I want to take a break from her. I moved up to my Ryu. I got him up to Gold 2 now, and now I'm at the point where I need
That's
to
pretty
actually,
fast.
like, yeah, like shockingly, when you know how to play a fighting game, you can climb pretty effectively.
It does snowball. It's great.
Yeah. The problem I'm getting to now is that like I need to learn corner pressure with Ryu. Because it's very different than with Cammy, who literally is just like, I'm gonna keep pressing buttons and you're gonna fucking die.
Light punch, light kick, light punch.
Yep. So like that's the next thing I gotta learn with Ryu. Street Fighter fun, great game. Game of the Year's gonna suck. I hate this.
Can't wait. And then
Yeah.
the reason why I couldn't try out the beta is I went to Renfest this weekend. I saw a little birdie known as Tyler there as well. Ate some good food, some good gyros.
Yeah.
I didn't like my first Renfest I went to very much, but this one was much better.
Dude,
I
the
like mine
weather,
better.
the weather that weekend was fucking.
I was
awesome.
just about to say, I think the weather helped a lot. It just made it a lot. It made it a lot more cozy, and also our groups was able to stay together more, and it just made it a lot more fun for me.
Yeah.
First year, I wasn't sure if I would ever go back after the first year, but this was pretty good. Good drinks, good
Fudge
food.
have fun.
There was a nice like pole dancer thing going on. I was like, hey,
Oh, nice.
Always.
it's pretty good.
Always. Renaissance Fair, very horny.
Yeah. No, this year was less horny, but
Oh, was it?
that's all right.
Amazing.
I don't know, Tyler. What do you think? Are you allowed to comment on the horniness levels of various Renaissance fairs? He's dead.
He's gone.
He's gone,
He's
Jim.
so
He
dead.
passed out when he thought about it.
Some years I
Yeah.
see a lot. Some years I don't see any. Like
Oh.
it's just random.
Yeah.
I see.
It might also depend on the theming of the weekend. Some themes are hornier
True.
than other themes.
Ooh, I should have come for Pirate Weekend for multiple reasons.
Oh yeah.
Pirate Weekend top tier horniness.
Yeah.
R.
I bet.
Get that booty, man.
I don't know if I'll ever... Go ahead.
You don't know what?
I don't know if I'll ever go back to the Renaissance Fair. But hey, you never know.
Joe, no knower of bad times at the Renfest.
Cursed existence.
First time.
Hey man, next time will be better.
What?
Surely. It can't
They
be.
always say.
It literally can't be worse. Like what?
You're so right. It literally can't be worse.
You'd have to.
Every
You'd
day.
have to like get a crime pinned on you for it to go
True.
worse.
True. I mean, I'm surprised that didn't happen. I was fucking belligerent at the Renaissance Fair.
Yeah,
last
don't do
time I
that.
went.
Don't do that. Yeah,
Yeah, no.
well, that I was like, I'm gonna be very controlled with my drinking this year, and by the end, I was still like,
Yeah.
oof, I was cutting it close there. We'll move on to some TV related things I watched in my continued dumpster dive among the world of reality TV. I watched The Circle season 5.
Yay.
The Circle is the kind of like the fake reality show that I've talked about before, where like a bunch of people are put in a building. They they only interact with each other through like text messages, so you can like go in as a catfish, and it becomes a popularity contest off of that. This one was interesting. It had like a returning player from the first game, like a fan favorite called Shubi. He's a very nerdy, very sweet Indian guy who you would think is like a 19-year-old kid, but he's 27. He's like way too pure for how old he is, to the point where like he's kind of annoying. But he's got. I could see why he's such a fan favorite. But he was forced to like catfish as a girl. Bro could not do it. I think he got kicked out like 2 or 3 weeks after he came in.
Damn.
The first 2 players that got knocked out was like a dude bro that's been in like Big Brother and like a model, like a Greek model. They were like the 2 most annoying ones by themselves. They got kicked out on the first day. And then they got a second chance where they get to double play a catfish. So they're like, because you got kicked out first, we're going to give you a second chance. Both of you have to live together and play as one character. And they got like this profile of like this white American mom vibe that takes care of dogs. Like they're just giving all her pictures in a profession, and they have to kind of like make the profile and play as her. They were so good. They bounced off of each other so well. That was actually like a fun part of the show. And then there was like they did like this gimmick where like those 2 people got to become a hacker later on because they like won a prize or something. and that means they got to like hack a profile and then talk to another player and like completely derail relationships and stuff like that. Fun idea. They completely botched it. A lot of people were like, the producer set them up to fail, but it's like, no, they actually played that hacker. Like, they were playing super well. They did the hacker thing awfully. All that said, very funny. Like, probably one of the funniest seasons of the show. It's like, that's just good trash. So easy to throw on in the back.
Nice.
Pretty enjoyable. It's no Survivor, but nothing could be, because Survivor is actually peak television. It's not just a reality show.
True. People actually fight for their lives on that show.
No, Survivor has plot twists that are as good as any like actual story you read. Like, it's got real plot lines.
It's crazy.
I've also finished Yellowjackets season 2. I've been talking about Yellowjackets here and there. The word mid has come up a lot.
What would you give it now?
Well, let's talk about that. It's a little bit more complicated of an answer this time. I'm gonna tell the story of why I started watching the show in the first place. Well, it was on my radar, and I was trying to get our friend Austin in my. I'm on a community where you can share files with one another securely. We'll say that for safety reasons. I was trying to get him into this community, which meant I had to like balance on my ratio because I had downloaded a bunch of stuff. So I saw this show I was trying to watch, and I saw a version of it where it's like, hey, download both seasons, and it's free to download, and all your uploads goes back to your budget. I was like, okay, perfect. This is a good way to get back in good standing so I can get him in. So I downloaded both seasons, but that also meant that it's like, okay, they're on my file. I spent time downloading them. I can't delete them until like 2 weeks after I've downloaded them, so I have to watch both seasons I bought. And like I mentioned, didn't really like season 1 very much, so season 2 was just kind of sitting on my computer. I was like, all right, let's get to it. This season started off way better. I was just like immediately more interested in the characters and the dynamics. I mentioned that this is the show where like the girls get stuck in the woods as they're going to like their soccer tournament, and shit goes down. They get stuck there with like 2 boys that were like the pilot's son, because it's a private jet, so they were just on the plane. They get stuck with like their team, not a nurse, like the student girl who like that takes care of injuries and stuff, and that
the physical
person,
trainer.
The physical trainer. They got stuck with one of their coaches. The coach lost his leg immediately as they crashed, so he's been a one-leg dude the whole time. So like the most physically fit person technically is the most useless because they just had to take care of him. And then there's also the future plot line where we get to see some of the survivors and how the traumas fucked them up. And they play that angle really well this season with the future plot line. And in the past plot line, we got to see the girls, like, one of the girls dies in the end of season 1. And then they just, like, fuck it, let's eat her. And the most horrific scene where they eat her, it was such a well-directed scene. And, like, the coach is looking at a distance, and he's like, oh my fucking god, they're going to eat me one day. And, like, he freaks out and has, like, a trauma for the rest of the season. So that's like, all fun and good.
Is this season 2?
Yes, this is season 2.
Nice.
And, season 2 also has, like, 2 new girls returning, like, as in, like, 2 from the past characters. We get to see them for the first time in the present plot line. So we're like, okay, they survived. And they play off of, like, character traumas they're going through in the present plot line. You get to see, like, the past plot line really feed into it well. Like, it's got a very good back and forth. So yeah, I was like, okay, I like this show now. They did it. And then the last episode happened. It was...
Oh, boy.
I watched that last night. It was so bad. I'm so sorry I wasted my fucking time. This show is not mid. This is a drop show now. Like... The season finale just has so many, like, random plot points getting resolved in the most ridiculous ways. Like, character decisions that make no sense. Like, one of the girls is like... So they did this thing. Like, the second person they eat is... They really need to eat, so they started playing this game where they all draw a card from a deck of cards, and whoever draws the Queen of Hearts has to be hunted, or has to submit to being eaten. And if someone else dies during the hunt, that's the wilderness choosing another victim, so they'll eat them instead. So in the
Okay.
present timeline, they're like, it followed us out here. Whatever was in the wilderness with us, it's still in us. We need to do another hunt. And all the other girls are like, no, that's stupid. No, we don't. And then the hunt starts, and like the main character draws the card. She's like, wait, are we really doing this? And all the girls just mask up and like, yep. Like, you guys were into the idea, and now you're hunting her. Like, it's no, like, the flip is so weird. And then there's like this whole like, they frame a cop for like this thing from a secondary plot line. It makes no fucking sense, and it just like made it very clear that they don't know how to close up some plot threads. So even though they were cooking, they lost all goodwill for me. So
They overcooked.
They overcooked. You will probably not hear me talk about this show ever again. Goodbye. Good riddance. Let's throw it over to Bradley.
Yeah, so I've kept the Live Alive train going, which I'm now at the point of the game where at first I was like, just going through each of the different scenarios, enjoying them, trying to like see how they tie together, and I'm now at the point of the game where I don't want to say anything because I'm like, oh my god, it's so cool. You just have to experience it.
Nice.
But man, I really think if I'm talking about the game at all, I think it just really shines in that each of the like 7 different scenarios you play in the different time periods, man, each of them are some of them are only like an hour or 2 long, and some of them are like 4 or 5 hours long. So some are longer than others, but they all feel like their own kind of distinct micro RPG. Like if you wanted to play a JRPG from start to finish, but you don't want it to be a big 40-hour experience, you just have a few hours tonight, you can like just start and finish an RPG from start to end that night, and you can do it like 7 times.
Cool.
But
That's
even
really
in
cool.
each of them, it doesn't feel like you're playing the same RPG with a different skin each time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh my god, they get so creative with this shit where I'm like, oh, I'm not playing an RPG, I'm playing a survival horror. Like, oh, I'm not playing an RPG, I'm playing Street Fighter 2. Like, like it's so fucking crazy.
Man, this is awesome.
I'm trying to finish that out aside from a few other games before Game of the Year.
Yeah, we're on like final call for we're like a month under, so whatever gets in gets in.
Yep.
And speaking of other games, thank the heavens, the Super Mario RPG remake is out.
Woohoo!
It's beautiful. I was telling you guys the other day, I feel like a lot of visuals in this game make a lot more sense in 3D.
Yes.
Because there are not just the first boss, but like there are some boss sprites that I realized like I just was not picturing this.
Some of those sprites are fucked up in that first game. Like I do not like the character designs because they were so weird in the art style a lot of the time.
The dog you fight in the sewers that has like a bunch of legs, but it also has like these protrusions coming out of its back, and it has like a weird texture all over it. And I was like, oh my god, it makes so much more sense in 3D.
I can't wait for the video or slideshows they'll compare all the sprites to each other.
Oh yeah,
That'd be neat.
Now, here's what really surprised me about this game. I thought it was going to be a lot more one-to-one than it is. I thought it was going to be like literally same fucking game, just newer graphics. And I'm kind of surprised how opinionated I am on it because there are some things they changed maybe for the worse, and there's a lot of things that they changed like definitely for the better. There's some cool ass UX where like previously when you beat some bosses, like a spring will just fall out of the sky next to Mario and send you back to the world map.
Right.
But in this game, they don't really have the need for that because they introduced a feature where at any time you can just open up the menu and like warp back to the main map.
Lovely.
Which is also cool because instead of having to like traverse the entire world map to go back to a place you've already been, which happens a lot in this game, I think you can just like go through a list and select like I want to go to Mushroom Kingdom, and even then you can be like I want to warp straight to the inn or I want to warp straight to the shop. So that's really cool.
That's really good.
And then here's the thing: I first booted into the game, and at first I was having trouble with the combat because the way Super Mario RPG normally works is when you're in battle, each button on your controller is its own menu, and then you press the same button again to select something in that menu. So like. Press A to open the attack menu, A again to, attack an enemy, or you press Y to open the special menu, and Y again to choose a special, or B plus B to defend, or whatever. In this game, they changed the default to be like you press a button to open the menu, but A is always select. Which I think it might make more sense for newer people. For me, I was having a shitload of trouble because I was like, it was hard for me to get out of that habit of like double Y, double X, double A, and then I found out, oh, you can just revert it to whatever control scheme you like.
Of course, yeah, you gotta have that. I feel like while it's not conventional, once I would get used to the double press, I would prefer it. Like it just feels like it'd be like a nice flow.
And then, like when I was finding out about that setting, I also found out you can at any time choose to swap between the old soundtrack and the new soundtrack, which is pretty cool.
Good shit.
And I'll say this: my biggest worry going into the game is I saw in the trailers where they have all this new shit in battle that I was like, I noticed damage numbers look a lot higher, and on top of that, I saw that, like, you know, if you have a chain going, like you've been doing all your timed hits and blocks correctly, you'll start doing AoE damage on the enemies. And I was like, oh my god, like, this is already such an easy RPG. I hope they don't baby the shit out of this game. And you know what? It's not really that bad. I think I'm of the opinion that, like, if you're killing something with that extra... Like, if you could kill something without that AoE damage, like, you were gonna beat it anyway. Like, it doesn't really, I don't feel like it makes it easier. I think it just speeds up battles you would have already definitely won.
So, it definitely does make it easier in some parts, but there are some boss fights that are a lot less trivial now because of that mechanic.
I think, I think the exception is like in specifically the boss fights where their gimmick is they summon a bunch of little baddies. I think though that's the one that makes easier.
Yeah. I don't think it's bad though. I've been having a lot of fun. I like that it's a little bit more simple. That being said though, actually landing those like critical AoE hits is not always the easiest.
That's the thing. I thought I was like, man, I've played this game so many fucking times. I'm gonna have like a 20+ chain all the time, and like, no, like I feel like I'm actually having to work for it.
Yeah.
Or it's your old men reactions truly showing their signs.
Shit now. Other thing I noticed, they changed a lot of translations and shit. Like they'll change move names.
No longer Pipe House.
No longer Pipe House. It's Mario House.
Oh, dude, Pipe House is so
I don't know
good.
if it's for better or worse, but and then like Mallow had a move name that was called Psychopath, which would read enemies' thoughts, and they changed it to Thought Peak. Okay. Some boss names are worse, some are better. Like Mac got changed to Clay Morton.
Yeah.
Which was kind of cool.
That's a better pun.
Mac is such a stupid name.
What I hated though, I don't know, they had Mallow's grandpa was a frog who looks exactly like Confucius and was named Frogfucius, and now he is the Frog Sage.
Boo.
I'm like, oh, come on. I don't know. I think various other enemies had like maybe slight name changes, but for the most part, I'm really fucking enjoying it.
And how far would you say you are?
I'm probably still only like a third of the way through, and Tyler's definitely further than me.
I was gonna. This is the one game I've seen Tyler be excited for in like months, many moons. Like, how are you getting along?
I have 5 out of the 7 stars.
Oh shit, he's gaming.
Okay. Yeah, I have like 3 on my way to the 4th.
I hear this RPG is also not very long either. Like,
no, it's not.
No, it's always been a nice like 20 hour experience kind of thing.
Like you can blow through it in 20 hours or less, but there is also like a shitload of secrets and side quests.
I hear they added new like hard enemy groups that I've heard some people talking about. So.
Dude, that's what's cool. Like even aside, like they announced that post game, I think you can go back and refight like old super versions of bosses, which I really like. But also, whenever you just run into normal enemies in the wild, a new thing they have is you can have an enemy that is a special enemy, and they have like way more health and stats than that enemy normally has. But if you beat them, you get a frog coin, which is really cool.
Oh, that's a great. Because frog coins were like you could only get them out of invisible blocks and stuff, right?
You would find them like rarely in like hidden treasures or like complete a side quest that the game never even alerts you exists, and you get a frog coin.
That's great that it's semi-farmable then. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Is this for Frogfuses?
Yeah.
I remember you could get good stuff out of them, so...
Oh yeah, you get amazing fucking items.
Tyler, so yeah, what are your first... I guess it's not even first impressions, these are just real impressions at this point, it's just so far.
Every time I get into a boss battle, or not a boss battle, any battle, I just start bopping my head.
Yeah, me too, dude. My shoulders start going, bro.
I'm like, it's never gonna get old.
Oh, dude, I've been jamming this whole game.
That's how it feels
It's a good game. Solid,
Nice.
solid, worth every penny.
Dude,
Nice.
here's what was funny though. Emmy has never seen this game in her entire life, and the very first battle she saw me do with Mallow in my party, after the very first one, she said, "I bet nobody uses him," and I was like, "That is accurate."
What an interesting read.
Historically, the best team, and there's not really debating it, is
It-
Mario, Peach, and Geno.
Yeah, even I don't even like this game, and I was about to name the same three.
Yeah.
The other characters are Mallow and Bowser.
Ooh,
Or sorry,
ooh.
Koopa.
But we haven't talked about the best news system they put in the game.
Okay.
You can change out your party members mid-battle.
Nice. FF10.
There is a little cheese you can do with it too, where usually Geno is the fastest and he will move first, and Mallow and Bowser is super slow. So if you switch into a slower character, it is still their turn.
That's fucked. But
Yeah.
it's cool. Like, when it comes to RPGs, you want them to be a little bit fucked. As long as like it's not game, like you want to cheat the game a little bit. That's like what's fun with JRPGs.
I have had a game over, Bradley. Have you had one?
That's the thing. I've actually had I've had like 2 or 3 game overs.
Wow.
Because this was earlier on for me. I got a game over. I think Mario. I got into a special enemy battle, and like somebody just got one shot immediately.
Yeah. I think
And-
one of mine was before I knew special enemies were a thing. I was like, why is this thing kicking my ass?
Yeah. So I got in. It went first, which if you're not ready to like press the quick time event to counter, you will get smacked. So somebody got one shot, and then the next, then the other one went, and it turned Mallow into like a mushroom or a scarecrow, and then I had like, I didn't have any syrup on me, so like I just sat there, and you just watch him like. It took like another 30 turns for them to kill him.
No.
That's so fucking funny.
It was awful but fun.
Skill issue. No, yeah. You also want to be bullshitted a little bit. That's also part of the JRPG
Yeah.
charm.
You're up there.
Nice. Well, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the video juegos. Very good.
Oh,
Yeah.
they finally gave me what I wanted.
They did.
All these
Yep.
years.
Years.
Now,
What do you think this means for the future? Oh, I will say, okay. This makes me very excited for the Paper Mario game coming out
Yes.
Thousand Year Door.
Door.
Yep. because
dude.
I've never played Thousand Year Door.
Oh, dude. First, Thousand Year Door is not only great, but if they can like spice it up, that game's gonna be bussin'.
Man, I hope both Super Mario RPG and especially Thousand Year Door do well commercially, so that way Nintendo goes like, oh, people like the RPGs that we tried to do good on.
I wasn't planning on it, but I should buy Thousand Year Door to support it. Because you're right, like gotta pay with your wallet.
I never got to fully play Thousand Year Door because like it was my cousin's game.
Yeah, I never played it fully either, but I've watched playthroughs. I was like, oh, this is so charming.
I've watched the game before. Like,
yeah, Shadow Peach seems fucking
nuts. Yeah, I just love the stage mechanic of Thousand Year Door.
It's
and,
so
like,
good.
It's so good. It makes me upset that they don't use it again. But it's maybe this will be the shining light that will like.
And hopefully this gives you sad fucks a sequel to Super Mario RPG by the team that made this, so you can see Geno once again in like a new adventure. And maybe Mallow would be balanced to be better. People use them. I've always liked Mallow personally, but I mean you gotta use Peach. She's too good.
So fun fact, I've barely used Peach. Mallow has kind of been some of my MVP work in this run.
Nice. Cool.
Speaking of RPGs that came out recently, a game came out that's called Phantasy Star Second Story. Phantasy Star 2 Second Story. It's
Which one of you fucks is out here playing Phantasy Star?
I've never played a Phantasy Star, right? But this is a remake of Phantasy Star 2, which apparently is a very good game. I saw someone explain the game mechanics of this game, and it seemed so interesting. And it's like, I wish I knew this was a thing before I committed to other games.
Not Fantasy Star. Star
Oh,
Ocean.
Star Ocean. My bad. God damn it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Star Ocean second story R. I know what you're talking about because that like
The mechanics seem incredible. Like, it seems like you have to do all these asinine things of like, the characters don't just have jobs; they have like fantasy life kind of jobs, Bradley, where it's like this. You can make them
careers.
Yeah, you can give them careers, and you have to do like all sorts of career-based strategizing to like. If you do this early enough, you give a guy a bottle of wine that ages throughout the game, and then you could sell it for more later in the game. Like, all these weird little tricks you can do with the careers, and I was like, okay, it probably has to be next year, because I'm just not going to be able to do it this year, but I gotta check out that game.
And what is this one?
Sorry, Joe, could you say the real name?
Let's see. Star Ocean, the second story R.
Okay, cool.
I'll post the Steam.
It also looks like the best HD 2D game. Like, they've done that art style the best from what I saw.
It's very what's it called? Oh god, Octopath.
Yeah, we call that HD 2D these days in the streets. So we're gonna pass it on. Let's pass it to actually Tyler. You do Quiz Lady before Joe hits us with all the movies in the world.
Yeah. I watched Quiz Lady, which is a Hulu movie featuring Sandra Oh and Aquafina.
Cool.
Aquafina is some introvert, and she goes to work every day. She has like Skinny Pop, like in bulk buy in her pantry, and then she just like everything is well maintained and orderly and introverted, and she has a routine. And every day she comes home with her dog and watches the quiz show at like 7:00.
Peaceful life.
And she's been doing it for like 20 years, and she has a nice little story of why she does it. And it's great. It's a cute, fun show with Sandra Oh and her, and it's like it's just a feel-good story. It's got a lot of good comedy, cute moments. You're not here for anything serious. It's a good time. Definitely, if you're with your family over the holidays and you're like, oh, we need a movie that like the mom and dad can like
enjoy,
watch, and it's not gonna offend really anybody. Yeah, good.
Okay, neat.
That's it.
Good stuff.
All right,
nice little quickie.
Cool. Yeah. All right, my turn.
Yeah.
All
Joe,
right.
go.
So
I'm bracing myself.
Yeah. So there's 3 things I forgot to put on here, but I'm gonna run by them super quick. Number 1. Defunctland came out with a new video last night. I watched it. I really liked it. None of y'all should watch it. None of y'all will like it. I will just end it right there.
You didn't have to tell me that. I was like, Epcot, snore.
This one is very different. It goes against his entire way it's like a very artistic rendition of the history of Epcot.
Hey Joe, would I like it?
Maybe. That's a hard maybe. Like, so hard it's probably a no. But
I was gonna watch it anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. I'd love to hear your opinions, but I am even on the fence of how I feel about it. So I'm very happy for what he did. Very courageous of him for what he did for this. But I prefer his other works better. I started reading Jujutsu Kaisen manga while I was sick.
Oh.
Didn't get nearly as far. I just got past Purple Beam.
Nice.
So
the color purple. Yes.
The color purple. I'm still in season 1 of stuff.
Music make
okay,
you lose
that
control.
That manga is so funny because the chapters will just end, I feel like, mid-sentence or like mid-thought sometimes. Do y'all think that?
No, that is the one weakness of the Jujutsu Kaisen. Is like sometimes the pacing on like a per chapter basis. Like the best arc ended, and me and Tyler talked about it, and we're like, man, that was incredible. What the fuck was that last chapter though?
Yeah, like literally, I was reading, and they're like, hey y'all, it's Minima, the Useless here, and we're playing baseball now, and the chapter just ended. Like, oh, okay, I guess we're done.
Yeah.
So very, very strange. Thirdly, Now and Then came out, which is the last Beatles song. There's a whole history about it. There's like a 12-minute video I posted on our Discord channel. I'm a huge Beatles fan. I am going to watch the Beatles Get Back documentary over the holidays. I've been saving that up for a time where I needed a nice pick-me-up. I've watched part 1 while I was sick. I listened to Now and Then. I actually cried in my apartment. And
it's okay, bud.
But I really like that song. It's super good. Very, very highly recommend that song. Very Beatle-esque and uses a lot of technology to make it feel like the band is back together. All supervised by Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr and Yoko Ono and George Harrison's wife, whose name I cannot remember.
One of them is dead, right? Paul McCartney?
2 of them are dead, and you're wrong.
Yeah. I had a 1 in 4 chance and I whiffed.
Yeah, hard whiff. John Lennon was shot and killed, which is fucking like literally the guy was walking on the street and a guy walked up to him and shot him in the back 3 times. It's actually insane. And George Harrison died of cancer, unfortunately. However, 3 of the Beatles made it onto The Simpsons. I don't know if you know that, Willer.
I believe it.
And do you remember the B Sharps episode of The Simpsons?
Vaguely, as everything.
It's the one where like Homer makes the barbershop quartet.
Yes, yes, actually.
Yes. That is basically the entire history of the Beatles in the Simpsons format.
Cool. I'll get my history lesson through that then.
Yep, it's pretty accurate. But anyways, I will come back next time to Get Back review, which I am very, very happy with what I've seen so far. Okay, I watched 3 movies while I was sick. I watched The Wolf of Wall Street. This movie's okay. This is just a modern version of Goodfellas, and I think Goodfellas is way better. IMO.
Shots fired. That's a well-beloved movie. That's a bit of a shot fired.
It is. I think that movie is too long, and I don't like the overall character arc that Jordan Belfort goes through compared to Ray Liotta's character.
Caveat. Joe did not watch this movie when he was 16.
Yeah, sorry. Nice opinion and all, but Margot Robbie clears. So.
No, okay, that is true. Margot Robbie does clear. It's like, I was not expecting the full frontal.
I love the Leo biting his knuckle gif.
Yes.
I've never seen that movie, but I just love that gif.
I think the movie is good. I think it's too long. It's 3 hours long, basically.
It is a long motherfucker.
Yeah. I think it's just way too long. I think Goodfellas tells a way tighter story. It has a much better theme, and I think the narration actually is used in a very creative way when you realize why it's being done. That being said, still a good movie. It's like saying like the last place person of a supermodel contest is ugly. That's not true. Like it's I then watched Whiplash. Actually, before I talk about Whiplash, I watched Arrival. I really like that movie as a sci-fi movie. I think the ending really kind of elevates it to a higher level.
Oh yeah.
The rest of the movie is kind of like whatever, but I think that ending does a really good job of bringing it all.
I suppose I agree. I do enjoy like the whole movie. The ending is definitely like what makes the movie good. It comes full. It comes full circle. Wink. Yeah. And very very cool story. Very very good movie.
I like the alien designs too. I think it's I love it when aliens are alien and they're not just people in suits. Yeah. And then Whiplash. This movie fucking
peak fiction. Whiplash is
peak fiction.
Whiplash is in my top 100 things of. I think it's one of the best movies ever made.
I think every person in there does a stellar job. It's a tight 120 movie, an hour and 20 minutes.
Damn, that's so good.
It was also a short like video. I don't know if you know that, Will. It was only 12 minutes, and it's the section where like Miles Teller character drums for the first time. He gets a chair thrown at him. It's just that segment, which is in itself like enough of a like. Okay, I understand. J.K. Simmons. I can't remember if he won the Oscar for that role, but man,
he won it in my heart. Him and Miles Teller in this movie are insane.
Yeah. The final scene where he walks up, goes like, "I know it was you." I was like, I was like, "Oh, it's so good." And then great movie, 10 out of 10, fan-fucking-tastic. Loki season 2, I watched this. I rather quite enjoyed it. it probably has my favorite, like one of my favorite scenes in the entire MCU now. The very ending of it, very, very, very cool, and a very good ending to Loki as well. I think really good quote as well, where it's like that was said by a character, where essentially they said like, people talk about having glorious purpose, but a lot of times purpose has a lot more burden than glory, which I thought was a very interesting thought.
Cool line.
And, yeah, very good. Said a lot better than what I said, but I thought it was very much like poignant and really spoke to like Loki's character arc the entire of the MCU. And then finally, I just watched Only Murders in the Building season 1.
Do not no spoilers. I want to watch this.
No spoilers.
No spoilers. Very cute show. Like I watched the first 3 episodes. I was like, oh, this is really cute. I got to a bottle-esque episode. I don't know, like it's an episode that still progresses the plot, but it has a gimmick to it. I don't know how else to describe it. It was a really good episode and really kind of like heightened attention of that show, I think. Compare this to 7. I think this show's a great detective show compared to like 7.
The 7 slander is ongoing. No breaks on this train.
The best way I just can describe this is that this is my sister and my dad solving a crime together.
Oh, cute as hell.
Yeah, Selena Gomez and Steve Martin and Martin Short all have like a really good chemistry together. Steve Martin and Martin Short worked together for years, so like they like know each other off the back of their hand. But very cute, great mystery, I think.
Do you think I would like it? Because it's been on my to-watch list for a while.
I think you would enjoy it. I don't think you should go in expecting your mind to be blown, but just like it's a nice, cozy, like, great detective kind of.
I like cool mysteries and I like the process of solving mysteries. So if if it's hitting those at least like a B level, it'll be good.
Do you know what the like basic premise of it is?
I don't. I assume there's a lot of murderers in a building, but you know what? Don't even tell me, bro.
Okay. All right. That's what. Okay. But no, I recommend that to you, Willer. I think you would really like it. I think if you're looking for a nice, cozy detective show, that's gonna be well worth it, I think. Okay, and those are my quickies at that point.
All right, we're gonna keep you going for a little bit longer.
Yes.
Tell us about this Spider-Man thing that I've heard about.
Oh, we're gonna do Spider-Man now? Okay.
Yeah, fuck it.
Oh my god.
It's a fucking shame Spider-Man 2 came out this year, because I think if it came out a year later or a year before, it might be like in the running for like Game of the Year for me.
Okay.
Well, maybe not year before, because year before was God of War.
This helps me make my predictions for this year. Cool.
Yeah. Spider-Man 2, I really, really liked it. I think they improved upon everything about Spider-Man 1.
Badass.
I think, they improved everything about Spider-Man 1. I think all the characters are very fun to play. The collectibles are really a lot more engaging to get and collect.
Good.
And there's a lot less like fighting backpacks and more of like, here are combat challenges or puzzles you need to do. A lot less like science minigame. Well, I say a lot less. There is a lot of mini games in this game.
Well, they're probably more fun science mini games.
They're a lot more engaging, I would say. There's like some puzzles where you have to like make these like plant like models and molecules, and you have to like line them up with the correct like branches of like, this is a water molecule and you have to connect it to an oxygen or like an air molecule or whatever they call it. But there's certain like branches that can only connect to each other, so it's like a puzzle of like, okay, does this go here or this go here, but this one has certain branches, so it can't go here.
I think what broke me with Spider-Man 1 in regards to like what you're talking about, so I mean, it's good to see that it's better, is I'm like doing like the 6th like Harry Osborn chemtrail mission, and I'm like, there's 11 of these. I'm already like, I'm on the 6th and I'm already tapping out. Like these are the arbitrary numbers, but it was like that kind of like experience of like I was not even barely halfway.
I'm like, Harry, I do care about the environment. But I'm only doing this to get a new spider suit, dog.
Oh my god.
Those are still kind of in there, but there's a lot more variety to them, and they each have like their own little arcs. Like there's one where like you're creating like a bee drone that protects bees from gathering honey from predators. So that has its own arc about like, oh, you're doing this. Oh no, they're bee thieves. You gotta use the bee drone to go take down the bee.
Shut up! You didn't say that.
I did.
You did not just say that.
But no, it was very, very, very good. So gameplay wise, they changed a lot because Miles. I played Miles Morales. Miles was definitely the more fun Spider-Man of the two when I played them. Like, he has a lot more gimmicks to him. Like, he has a meter that he builds up and uses for his Venom blast. That was really, really fun. So they had to bring Peter into it, and he gets those. Those are more of his symbiote powers, those symbiote suit powers, which is very, very fun. The problem is that I feel like they really kind of like skimped out on the gadgets. Like, whereas in Spider-Man 1, you had like a whole like circular wheel of gadgets. Now in Spider-Man 2, you only have 4.
So I watched Cosmonaut's review on it, and when he said that, I was really bummed because like I actually found the gadgets like quite fun. Like, yes, they were a little maybe too ratchet and clanky because that's the studio's strength, but I do feel like they worked. And like, why not just double down on that? Where like Miles is like a super powered Spider-Man with like energy blasts and like very hyper in his movement and attacks, while Peter has like a lot of variability in his gadgets, and like that's what makes him a special Spider-Man of his own. Instead, like I saw he gets the Tony Stark like, or like the MCU like spider legs and gliding and flying and stuff. I'm like,
everyone gets the gliding stuff, and I really like the gliding because it helps with like movement, especially because you have to go across like the bay now.
Bro, I'm Spider-Man. I gotta swing. It's about the swing.
No, swinging is still important, but I personally like the glider as well as like a complement to it. Because there's no way you can swing across water. Like the gliding across the water really helps.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I'm trying to think. So like I think power wise, I kind of think it's a little bit of like, on one hand, I really wish there was more of those gadgets. On the other hand, I still thought it was really fun. I was still using the moves in very like purposeful ways, and the gadgets in very purposeful ways as well. And as soon as I unlocked the symbiote stuff, I use that way more on Peter than like his arms. Like, I don't think I have any arm stuff like equipped to him. And all of Miles's kit is super fucking good. So he's really fun to play. In terms of the story, I think the story is not as strong as Spider-Man 1. But I do. There's a lot of stuff I do like about it. I think Kraven. I think what they were going for their two villains was really, really good. I don't want to spoil it too much because I know Bradley wants to play it. But I think the two foils of the villains and how they play into each other is really good, and like what they're trying to go for and what their lives are. And I think that goes over a few people's heads. But I personally really liked it. But I do think Kraven's a little bit more one note. I really liked Venom in this game. I really like that he is kind of like a fucking beast. Like, it's just this monster that is going on a rampage throughout New York City. I really, really like that because he's been more of like an anti-hero-esque kind of character. But when he's fighting Spider-Man, especially for the first time, he really needs to be like, I'm a fucking alien from outer space. I'm eating people. Like, and he needs to be a scary monster.
The Tom Hardy movies seem to like really have lost that element of him, which is a bummer because they want to make more movies off of him, so he's got to be marketable.
Right. There's a segment in this game that super cool and super fun and really demonstrates how fucking powerful Venom is. Super, super fucking fun. I don't want to go into it too much, but I really like what they did with Venom, and I like the whole symbiote side of the story very much. It reminds me a lot of Spider-Man, not Dark Web. It's Spider-Man something. It was another
Shattered Web.
No, not Shattered Web. That's a time travel one. But there's one where like you can choose to be like symbiote Spider-Man or regular Spider-Man. It's like got its own like renegade Paragon system to it that I really liked. So I think Spider-Man 2 is really fun. I just think that I have played way better games this year, unfortunately. Which is like you look at the list of like game of the year and Spider-Man 2 is up there, and it's very clearly like we need to fill a fifth slot kind of a thing, and that's the one that won out. compared to the rest of those games I've all played except for Mario Wonder. But I already know like Mario Wonder.
They picked the wrong fifth slot to fill IMO, but I digress.
Yeah. But Spider-Man 2 is really good. Bradley, I think you will enjoy it. I don't think the story will resonate as much as it will with Spider-Man 1.
It's hard to top that one. Holy shit.
Yeah. But I think they really set up for Spider-Man 3. They do a lot with Norman Osborn in this as like planting seeds, and it's really good.
Nice.
IMO.
Right, they haven't had Green Goblin in the games yet.
No.
Ooh.
I have a theory on like what Spider-Man 3 is going to be. I think Spider-Man 3 is going to be Superior Spider-Man storyline.
Oh, that's like the most interesting Spider-Man storyline. I've read like one. I don't read many comics, but I read one chapter of it. I was like, oh, this has legs, legs even.
And like if you look at it, like someone really likes Superior Spider-Man at Insomniac because like that suits the best suit in the game and gets a lot of love because it's also in the previous game. And I think with what's set up, they're going to go down that route. I have a feeling because there's a line in Superior Spider-Man that's it's like the last line of the comic. It fucking rules.
And it's in this game, I guess, as well.
No, I think it's going to be in the next game because
you're just saying you like it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was about to say like these awesome fucking Spider-Man games get me excited because I was like, they've proved it's possible to make a fun superhero game, which there's actually very few of, and I was like, oh, maybe this like opens up the opportunity for more fun superhero games. But then I was like, is that even possible? Because I'm like, I think part of why Spider-Man translates into video games so well and other superheroes don't always is like, it's just inherently fun to move around the environment as him. Because here's the thing, like, if I'm in New York as the Hulk and there's an emergency on the other side of the city, I'm not gonna fucking run over there. And even then, like, if I'm someone who can fly like Iron Man or maybe Thor, I'm like, flying in a straight line to the other side of the city isn't as fun as slinging over there.
Yeah.
Bradley, I do think it's a bit blasphemous for you to say they don't make good superhero games for fucking Batman.
I was just gonna say, still waiting on Bradley to play the Arkham games.
I was mostly thinking of like shit like Superman 64.
Hold on, don't you own those games? I remember you buying them on like a PSN sale.
I have like I got them on sale at a bundle.
One day.
I will say, the one thing that Batman doesn't do, that Spider-Man does, is the saving the day portion where you go and do solve crime.
Yeah.
And I really like that. I think that's what's missing. Like I want more of that. Like I still don't have my perfect Spider-Man game where like after I beat the game, I can just have the villains come back and I have to just stop them from doing their bullshit.
Yeah, that'd be badass.
I just kind of want that as like an open world alternative, like Shocker's like robbing a bank, or Scorpion's fucking doing shit, or just like, I don't know. I think that'd be really fun. I know it's a lot of work to do to make it really good, but to me, like that's the one thing I'm missing from a superhero game. It's just like have the villains come back after the game, and I can just like go and fight them again, or beat them up, or they're doing their own like crime, and you can add like stuff later down the line for that. Also, I know what the DLC for this game is going to be. I think it's going to be Carnage based, but we will see.
Cool. I've heard some troubling things about Mary Jane, and I just wanted to ask how you feel about Mary Jane content in this game.
I think it's way better than Spider-Man 1, mainly because she has a fucking gun.
No.
So she has like a taser gun. She goes up and like she just dazes people. So you get like stealth takedown people.
Mm-hmm.
There's only there are three segments in the game. They are longer than any of the other segments in Spider-Man 1. But I think because you have a lot more agency in what you can do, they're a lot better to get through.
Her existence is a crime. I mean, what I heard was just based on, I heard like one of the game designers or directors talking about why they made those decisions, and the answer was like kind of annoying to me. Like, not as someone who's played it, but as like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but like you're missing the point of why that's like annoying to players.
Yeah,
it's basically like, I don't care she's overpowered. That's good. I want to prove that's heroine with a gun and no powers could be as strong. It's just like, bro, we don't give a shit. That's not why we're here. Yeah. Like, you have her be strong as like a personality. Have her be strong in like ways that non-superhero characters and superhero stories can be, like Commissioner Gordon. That is a strong man. He's got like a solid iron will. He doesn't need to have a super gun to be interesting. That's like so overcompensating for bad writing. But I digress.
I agree. I agree. That being said, Mary Jane and Peter Parker have like, there's a segment in there that's like a whole Peter Parker therapy session. It's like super good. I'm not going to explain what it's so good. But yeah, it's a very good game. 9 out of 10. Bradley, I think you will enjoy it when you get around to it eventually in about 20 years.
Yeah, Bradley, what are your plans with this? I was surprised you didn't play it because, like, while you do use your PlayStation, like you use your PlayStation for other things, but I remember specifically you were like, I need to get it so I can play Spider-Man for sure.
I mean, if I had an option, I'd be playing it right now. There's just too many fucking good games coming out all at the same time.
2023 is a crack year for games. Anyways, highly recommend it to you, Bradley. Willard, I don't think it does enough to fix your problems.
The further...
I will gladly relay any questions you have about it because I think is
appreciate it. Like the more days that pass where I haven't bought the game, I'm like I'll be good. I'm not gonna cave.
Yeah.
Because I'd have to play through one, and I just don't like. Like their open world design in particular is uninteresting to me, and hearing that the story is like a step down from the first, the story is like what was most interesting for me to actually give it a go. Yeah. So it's like I can do without. I can. My plate is so full, Grandma. Please, no more greens. I can't. I can't take anymore. So
there are several other games I'd rather you play if I had to make you play one from this year. But
oh shit, I was supposed to play Dead Space. Okay, I gotta remember that.
Okay. Didn't I send you a Mass Effect Legendary Edition as well?
Y'all wanted me to play Mass Effect Legendary Edition. I don't know if I was sent anything. I should play Mass Effect. They're not that long. Okay. Well, then it's not happening this year, but maybe early next year.
No, not this year. Mass Effect 1 you can very quickly run through. The key to Mass Effect 1 is literally just play the story, don't play anything else.
That's the Joe philosophy.
Yeah, Joe's a freak, as we've established.
That's for Mass Effect 1?
Dude, I was sitting there scouting planets.
No, man. Mass Effect 1 is not worth playing.
He said, "Nah, man."
Listen. I've played the game 3 times.
No, I trust your take on it, but I also trust Tyler's here.
Mass Effect 2 though, fucking that thing is gourmet. You should enjoy that thing.
Yeah, savor that.
Yeah, that's worth.
And you know what the cool thing is with Mass Effect 3, you've played 1 and 2. So you know what to go into in the third one. So it's like you know
what to prioritize.
Where you want to spend your time.
Yeah. That's a good point.
I also really like Mass Effect 3, not as much as 2, but I think people hate on Mass Effect 3. This is the same conversation we have about Mass Effect 3 every single time.
Which is why we're gonna move on.
Yes.
I can jump on and we can talk about Resident Evil 4 Remake, not for too long because Joe's given his spiel back in February, I think, when this came out. But I beat it recently. It's a fan-fucking-tastic game. What is there to say? Joe was so right. Like, combat is... Oh, combat is just so juicy in this game. It just feels so good. Okay. Like, I can't even explain it. It's like a warm blanket wrapped around you.
A wet blanket?
Yeah, no, that's uncomfortable. No, it's good stuff. Like... The resource management is great. The enemy encounters are fantastic. Like, there's all sorts of memorable, like, Joe goes, this fucked up room kind of rooms, and he's right. Yeah. Like, they're very memorable.
That room is so fucked up. I ran through my professional playthrough, and I was like, where am I at again? I walked into the courtyard right before I went, oh, fuck, not this again. So good though.
The only Resident Evil is known to have a weaker last third. I think the one game that salvaged this for me has been 8. I will say 4 Remake does have a weaker last third. I heard that was also the case in the original. I don't. It doesn't seem like they salvaged it too hard. Now a weaker third does not mean it dipped the game's quality at all. It was still very good, and there were still a lot of memorable rooms. I think of the first time you run into a regenerator, and then I think of the room with like the 4 regenerators in the tubes. But then I think of like my mind glazing over as I'm like, fighting past enemy wave as a helicopter like rains gunfire down. Like, this is neat and all, but it is like a lesser vibe than a lot of the stuff we've run into.
The segment that I think is like the my least favorite segment in the entire game is like you have to break into the fortress and there's like a courtyard with like 2 different turrets on the 2 opposite side.
Exactly. It's kind of a dry sequence there.
It's very much like action packed. Like, come on! I just fucking beat Krauser. Let's move on with our lives.
And like I said, like the action's great, but I think it's surrounded by so much good connective tissue throughout the rest of the game that it's like peak. Like it's so good. So like that's the only nitpick I could really have.
Yeah, and there's like gimmick sections to the game, but they're like in a very good way. Like there's the minecart chase sequence.
Oh, the minecart is brilliant. It's so fun.
So fun. Mm-hmm. And then you had to like run around the beehive with Lewis, and you're just like shooting the fucking dirt daubers as they're invisible. You're like, oh fuck.
Luis is a highlight of the story for me for sure as well.
They really improved them from what I hear from the last game or from the original. But yeah, man, I told you, like I walked in, there's like it's one of the best games I've ever played.
It's incredible. I really think Tyler should play this. It's so fucking fun.
What are you fucking talking about? I've played it.
The remake.
Oh, the remake. Sorry. I'm totally uncalled for there.
Yeah, what am I? Why would I be hyping up a 2001 GameCube game? Come on now.
5 game.
Okay, give it its credit.
So, but I would like to interject. So I would like to introduce you a fun fact about Resident Evil 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
It came out in 2005 and received the highest general score of games that came out that year.
It revolutionized, like it set the standard for third-person shooters. So.
Yeah.
Let's talk about other games that came out in 2005.
This is always a fun game.
Yeah.
We have God of War.
Oh fuck.
1?
That's my game.
1. Oh wow.
God of War 1's really good too.
Civilization 4.
That's also goddamn 2005 was
Metal Gear Solid 3.
Woo!
I can't wait.
That's a fucking game.
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
Damn. Classic.
Guitar Hero.
Classic.
Wow.
Shadow of the Colossus.
Classics.
Classic.
Mario Kart DS.
Classic.
Good.
Good. Yeah, it's alright.
Psychonauts.
Classic.
Whoa. Classic.
And Half-Life 2.
Classic. Look
with
at
Resident
3, long time ago.
Damn.
With Resident Evil 5 blowing them all out of the water.
5 or 4? 4, right? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
Damn. I mean, it's deserved if it's like the same.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a really, it's an adventure, man. You go in, you're saving the president's daughter. You guys get in all sorts of shenanigans. Like you get all these gun upgrades. Like no game series makes me getting like a single bolt action rifle and a shotgun feel rewarding. Like those are weapons that keep me away from shooters because like I've shot them all before, but like they mean something in the game design context of RE4, where they give you like a new optimal way to play, new optimal ranges that you can like excel in, and just more shit you can swap to as you're like conserving your ammo. So like it's just really well balanced. Yeah. So like I'm saying, I think you would love the remake if you get to if you ever see it on sale. Like pick that shit up. It's not that long. It's lengthier than I thought, but it's not that long.
Mm-hmm. Well, what did you think of the? I forgot to ask you this, but there's like the fight, quote unquote, where like it's the big bug guy that's like crawling through the vents. You have to wait for the elevator to come down.
I like it. It's the one where you're freezing him, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Pretty good sequence. I like that.
Did you kill him?
Did I kill him? I don't think so.
Because
I was trying to. I was trying to, and I think like I was just like, fuck it, the elevator's here, I'm gonna leave. But I was working towards it.
Yeah, it's that's a cool segment. I realized there was a gap in like my asking for you during all those segments. Great game. I really do keep recommending it for all of you.
I'll throw in like all the bonuses are also very fun. A bunch of costumes, bunch of in-game achievements.
Typical Capcom.
Yeah, like a shooting range with so many, like, you have to really stay there and consider each course. Like, they really put time and consideration into the shooting range, even though I didn't engage with it, like, too much. I went on to, like, watch a little bit more of the footage. Like, oh, man, this goes deep. Just great stuff. I think like I know Bradley wasn't that into RE7, but I think he would like this one, especially if he wants to play with his wife and like have like a moderately it's a spooky time, but it's more so of like a stressful time where it's like the resource crunch and the almost relentless enemy waves really like wear down on you on a positive way. Like it gets like a good stress feedback loop. So
as a non-Resident Evil boy, I've always gotten the vibe that Resident Evil 4 is like the GOAT.
Yeah. Keeps it to this.
I found some more games that also came out that year that I forgot to mention. Fear. Came out that
cool game.
Devil May Cry 3.
Classic.
Shadow of the Hedgehog.
Wait. That unclassic.
Bradley? No, Bradley. Classic.
No.
Classic.
Let's see. Where was the other one? Star Wars Battlefront 2 for who liked that.
Joe like.
Killer 7.
That's a cult classic.
Classic. Shit. There was one more I wanted to mention, but I've lost it. It's
Wait, are you 100% sure? Because Devil May Cry 1 was supposed to be Resident Evil 4. So you're telling me they made 3 Devil May Cry since they fucked up Devil May Cry 1?
Yep.
Wow, that's very interesting. Very interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Talk about some other classics. Bradley, you've been playing Hyrule Warriors, and I really like this game, so I just wanted to have like a little trip down memory lane because this is a good fucking game.
Yeah, because I remember Hyrule Warriors was my original introduction to Warrior. Well, actually, no, it wasn't. My first introduction to Warrior Styles games was I was really little, and my brother had like the Gundam Warriors games, which was badass. And then later on, they announced it for Legend of Zelda, which I don't think anyone saw coming at the time it came out.
Yeah.
But it was badass, and I got back into it because we were all playing so much Pirate Warriors 4 due to the new DLC, which is just Chef's Kiss. And I went back into Hyrule Warriors, and it's still fucking fun. And like, it's cool to compare and contrast 2 different Warriors games because for the most part, they're the same fucking game. But there are things that are different. Because like, what I like better about Pirate Warriors is like obviously the cast. Holy fucking shit. You get all the fucking special moves, which are super cool.
So good, yeah.
But then there's other gameplay stuff I might like in Hyrule Warriors better, which in general, I think everything, including enemies and the player, just has like a smaller time to kill. So like, I think it's easier for me to die, so I'm more scared of stuff, but also I haven't really had a time that I feel like I'm just fighting a damage sponge, which is really good. And then
true,
I feel like compared to some other Warriors games, the captains are more effective. Like the stuff on your side that's not you. Like obviously,
no, for real, for sure.
Yeah, like obviously, and like you're doing everything by yourself, but in Pirate Warriors, I feel like I sat there for 30 straight seconds watching Sora and Sanji not kill a single Marine. But then in this game, like, I'll roll up on Sheik, and she's killing motherfuckers.
That's the thing about, like, so it's interesting because, like, I do think these are the 2 best Warrior games. But Pirate Warriors 4 is the first one that branches out to completely, like, kind of break out of the formula. Like, it's got the combat, but it's got big open zones. It doesn't have set move sets. Like, you get to customize your character's move sets.
Yeah.
It's like, it's also got like a few less RPG mechanics with the progressions. So it becomes more of like an action RPG game compared to Hyrule Warriors, which I think is the peak of like the classic Warriors formula, where like you have these territories that are boxes, like they're all the same fucking territory. They're all the same length, more or less, but they're very structured, and there's a bunch of them on the map, and you walk through corridors between them. But that does matter, because, like, one single, like, named captain can hold off a territory for long enough for you to be able to hit other ones. Like, at the very least, you can let the NPCs like hold down a location for you, and so you have time to do other things.
Like they'll never capture anything themselves, but they're good. They're actually really good at delaying the enemy.
Yeah, sometimes they do. Like if there's multiple captains in the zone, I'll just notice sometimes
pile them on.
This actually does also happen in Pyre Warriors. I notice it like in the treasure maps and stuff, but like it's more prominent in Hyrule Warriors, which it's nice. Like you have to kind of learn how to like work around the AI as best as you can.
I think the Pirate Warriors like DLC missions I think really goes more into like what I think the AI can do and more like what they'll just feel better than the other missions that they've had in the game where they're the Yamato like here's like a pattern you have to go through and like here are your other missions. Like, they feel a lot more engaging and better.
And a big difficulty curve too, which is pretty neat.
Yes. Which I always appreciate.
But man, we haven't even talked about the real shit, Bradley. Tell me about the real shit with Hyrule Warriors. You know what
fucking
I'm talking
adventure
about.
maps are. It's the coolest thing ever, where you're going through like these overworld Zelda maps, and they're really forcing me to use characters I wouldn't normally use otherwise, and I don't hate it because here's the thing, you can unlock stuff like if you use this character on this mission and you get at least this grade, then you get an extra heart container for this character. And sometimes that could be cool if it's a character I like, but if it's a character I don't like, I'm like, I don't really want more heart containers for them. But there is stuff shared between characters that you can earn this way, like new clothes for your fairy companions, which in turn make everybody stronger in battle.
What a weird mechanic those fairies are. Like, it took me like over 100 hours to really start understanding how to use them, which is like just an extra thing. Anyways.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't know, because of that, I'm like, sure, whatever, I'll use Zant this mission. I've never really used him. And that's the thing. Normally, I wouldn't really care about Zant from Twilight Princess,
Zant
I think.
rules.
That's the thing. I tried him out, and I was like, this is the character on the roster I cared the least about. But his moveset it's the coolest one.
Bro, Twilight Midna. Oh my
god.
That character is so fucking fun. Oh, I want to boot this shit up. For every Warriors game, no matter what, I will always play the entire roster because part of it is like sometimes I want to be stuck with a character that's awkward because it's what keeps those games fresh and why I can actually play them so much for me. But like Hyrule Warriors just does it so well, and certain like the characters' movesets are more limited. But they're still like very well considered and different from each other. Like I think of Tingle's weird ass gimmicks, and I'm like,
oh my god,
man, okay, time to play Tingle and remember how to do anything with this idiot. Like, it's so good. Oh, the fucking Child Link that can turn into Fierce Deity Link. That roster kind of slaps.
Because you have your special meter, but you also have your magic meter, which are two different things that do different things. But he can like convert his special meter into magic by playing the ocarina, and when it fills up, that's when you go Fierce Deity.
Bro, the King of Red Lions being a character, he's so cool.
That's the thing. They put some. You can play with some tools in here.
Yeah, you can turn into a boat as you fight. He's like the king version, I think, usually, but your moves turn into the boat. There's also like the little duck girl from Wind Waker, but like her moveset is actually weirdly fun.
That's the thing. In the definitive edition, there is just so many Zelda characters, and it's really cool.
They got some nice hot picks in there. Oh, you can play as like Giant Ganon in certain maps, which is fun.
Ooh.
Oh, that might be that. Sorry, I might be further in the thing. That's the thing. I've put so many hours into that game. I don't think I've finished a single adventure map. Like, I think I'm close to finishing Adventure Map 1. There's like 4 of them, and the other ones are harder.
I finished one completely.
One day, I will slowly chip away until I'm 70 and be like, Linda, I got one. That's one of the adventures. They're so expansive, and like it's fun because you have to kind of plot your route around them because you have to get certain items to unlock certain like tiles, as I remember correctly. So you have to like. Yeah. I've reached a point in the first adventure map where it's like I really don't know where I can make progress now because I've kind of reached the upper limits of a lot of the map, but I don't really know where to go. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, no, big fan of Hyrule Warriors. It's good to just put on while you got something in the background.
Top 3 Zelda games.
Top 3.
I said it.
Not far off.
In the effort of balancing Joe's topics, we're gonna throw it back to Joe once again. But you're not. But this one should be quick because you can't spoil this because I want to watch this.
Are we talking about Good Omens and whatnot?
Oh, you can do Good Omens into the fall of House of Usher.
Okay. I'll run through. Well, okay. We're gonna go this one at a time. So Good Omens, the TV series. Good Omens is like in my top 5 books ever. Like it's one of my favorite books I've ever read. It's by Terry Pratchett and Neil Gaiman. The TV show on Amazon I finally watched the first season of, and I really liked it. I just think that like Terry Pratchett has a way of writing that you cannot emulate, I think, in any media. I honestly think that. It's like, because he uses words and the page layout of his story so purposefully. Like sometimes you just look at a page and it's funny. You haven't even read a single word. And so like I think some of the jokes in Good Omens don't nearly as land as well as they do in
The show.
in the book. Yeah, in the show. Which I should explain. So Good Omens is about the angel Aziraphale and the devil Crowley. They are kind of like, I don't want to say sentinels or sentries, but they're representatives of heaven and hell on earth. Like they are put in charge of like making sure miracles happen and bad shit happens on earth. And they kind of just end up becoming best friends after years of like working together, basically.
Nice.
And now the Antichrist is being born, and they have to usher in the apocalypse of the world together. And they really don't want to do that, man. Like that's so not part of their game. They're like this fucking sucks. I don't want the world to end. And so they deal a lot of conflict of like Aziraphale being the goody two shoes, being like, well, I have to do something bad in order to stop this from happening, and Crowley going like, this is the worst thing I could possibly do to this planet. But I kind of like the planet. I kind of want to stick around for a long time. So they have great chemistry together. I can't remember what Aziraphale is played, but David Tennant plays Crowley, and I just really like him as an actor. And he's so funny in this show. Guys, the first fucking scene of the show is literally 3 devils doing stand-ups. It's so fucking funny. It's really good. But yeah, it's just a lot about like, you know, what's right and what's wrong and morality and just like, you know, fate and destiny and stuff like that. I don't want to go into it too much, but I really liked it. I'm watching the second season slowly because Terry Pratchett and Neil Gaiman were going to write a second book. Unfortunately, Terry Pratchett passed away.
Right.
So they were unable to do that together.
And the gimmick was that they would write different parts of the book, right? I remember you explaining that. So you just can't proceed after that.
Yeah.
It's over.
You can't. Like, yeah, the book started because Neil Gaiman wrote a short story, and he's like, hey, I have the short story, I don't know how to finish it, and he gave it to Terry Pratchett, and he went like, I don't know how to end it, but I know what happens next. And then that went on for like 8 years. Of them just bouncing stuff off of each other, and they finally made it into a book.
Me and who? Bradley, let's do it. Let's write a weird duo book.
I will always recommend that book. It's very much Joe Core like humor, so like your mileage may vary.
It's on my Amazon list because you've recommended it so much. I bought it. Like, sorry, it's in my Audible, but I bought it. Yeah.
I think it's a great story, and it makes me laugh so much. But that's important because I also listened to the audio version of The Color of Magic, which is by Terry Pratchett. This is his Discworld series. The premise of Discworld is that this is a world that's on a flat Earth, that is on the back of 4 elephants, that is on the back of a giant space turtle that is flying through space. That is the premise of the series. And really, like, you can read any Discworld book in any order because they're really much just like this person at this part of the disc and this person on this part of the disc and so on and so forth. So The Color of Magic is the first book in the series. I do not think any of you should read it because he is really struggling to figure out how he wants to take this series. The plot is basically non-existent. It is just them moving from scenario to scenario to scenario. Like, I had a really hard time keeping track of like what the hell is happening. But like in those moments where like I knew what was going on and I understood what was happening, book is really fucking funny. Like, he knows how to set up a punchline that is 200 pages in the making, and it fucking lands. And Terry Pratchett's best way to describe his humor is you laugh once at the joke, and then you laugh a second time at yourself because you laughed at how stupid this fucking joke was.
Nice.
Color Magic, really funny. I don't think any of y'all should listen to it, but I'm going to like go through the series as I move through it because I know they get way better, and I know he gets way funnier down the line. Like this book was written in like 1983.
Well, no one was
so,
funny
like,
back then.
yeah, no one was funny. But I really really liked it, and I'm on Light Fantastic now, which is the direct sequel to it. So we will see how that goes. Already, it's like got a much better like. Okay, I'm actually going to tell a story now instead of a bunch of bullshit happening.
Stop dicking around.
No, I have on here introducing the Woodrows as another thing.
Oh my god! Wait, did I skip all your shit? I did.
You did. Yeah, I just want to apologize, Willer, because I lied to you. That's not what that is.
What does that mean?
I just lied.
Okay.
The reason being is because I crave the truth and I lie. I read In the Woods.
Oh, cool!
Yeah.
Now that's a good plot twist. In the Woods is the detective book I talked about not too long ago.
Yes, I took a break from my very long book I was reading. I was like, I want to listen to some detective stuff, so I got In the Woods, on Audible. I thought this book was okay.
No.
I have so many mixed feelings because a lot of it I like. I like Rob Ryan as character arc. I really like Cassie as a character. I think my problem is that I nailed who the person was very early on.
I don't think they try to hide it too much.
Rob Ryan literally has a line saying that person tricked you too. So.
Well,
I think
he's coping, bro. He's coping hard, bro.
He's hard coping. But Rob Ryan, very early on, was like, I don't know if I like this character. And then as soon as I learned more and more, I was like,
By chapter 2, I was so in sync with Rob Ryan. Like, I think he's a phenomenal protagonist. And
yes.
Cassie is just the goat. I love Cassie.
Yeah.
And I do like the antagonist that is easy to guess. I quite like that character though, regardless.
I do like that character as well. I think they were done very well. I don't know. I think the weakest part to me was the mystery, which is what I was kind of really going into to like, I guess, do. But I really enjoyed the Rob Ryan story arc and Cassie and their dynamic and everything there. I thought that was really, really well done. And I think it does a really great job of like trauma and lost childhood and like realize, and also like sometimes you just don't learn the same lessons as other people do because you just didn't get that aspect of your life.
Man, that book's so good. Now that I'm thinking about it again, I did like the mystery for sure, but I came for the mystery. I enjoyed it. I like the process of them going, and I like when they hit dead ends. Like it was a very exhausting mystery for them, but presented in a pretty digestible way. But really, it's like the two protagonists are like their dynamic is so good. And I remember Joe, I was like, the main character in this game does something that I think is like very awful. Or sorry, the book does something that is like very awful, but like not in a conventional way. Like it wasn't a crime. It wasn't like something morally reprehensible. He just handled a situation. He fumbled a situation so badly that I was like, this is one of the most uncomfortable, like frustrating things to read in a positive way. Because I was just like, I get it. Like you're just a weird man as a result of things.
Don't know how to process what just happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was waiting the entire time because I remember you saying he did something bad and would turn people off. I'm like, my mind immediately jumped to like, is he gonna like fucking beat someone to death or do something? And then when I got to the point, it's like, oh, this is what Willer was talking about.
Yeah, like that would be conventionally like something you would see in a detective story, but what we got was just like a kind of heartbreaking resolution to a very good relationship.
But it was really good. Like that was my favorite part, was that the dynamic between those two characters. I kind of wish the detective or the mystery part of it was a little bit better in the sense.
I've complained about similar things in other stories, so I can get that feeling.
So it's just like, but overall, really enjoyable. It was a really good, like, I'm in the car, I'm gonna listen to this as I drive around sort of a thing. I really like the interrogation scene at the end when they're talking.
The reveal of that thing was so good.
Yes.
My stomach dropped. I was like, "Oh, you stupid fucking idiots!"
Yeah, it was just like, like it's very heartbreaking.
Yeah. After
anyway,
all the hard work. Yeah. Are you interested in book 2?
I will think about it. I'm gonna finish up Life Fantastic, and then I'm going to finish up Wall of Storms, which is the big fantasy book I was listening to.
I don't know if you remember the premise I explained for book 2.
Yeah, I do. She's a doppelganger.
Yeah, it's Cassie's book. Let's see. The mystery's probably a lot harder to guess, but also it's less integral. Like they focus more on maybe an easier mystery in 1, but 2 has a harder mystery, but is focused more on the character development of Cassie.
Okay.
Man, that's another. I need to get to book 3. I was less interested in the character that book 3 focuses on, but I think you'll like that character though.
Yeah. Okay. It's gonna be on my backlog because I'm gonna cycle through these things. But like, Wall of Storms, I got to a segment and I literally was getting sick to my stomach. I'm like, in a good way, of like in a Game of Thrones, like characters are making decisions and it's gonna lead to the downfall kind of a thing. It just got to a point where it's like I gotta take a break from this because it's a lot that's happening. I need to focus on something else in my drives. Because I literally booted up that story. I'm like, where was I again? And someone said one word. I was like, fuck. No, we're still here.
When will it end?
That's my little weird TV series book block.
You guys need to plot twist me more often. That's so fun.
And then I also watched The Fall of the House of Usher. I think all of y'all really like this series. It's by Mike Flanagan, who did Haunting of Hill House and Bly Manor, I think is the other one. I really like this series. The premise of the series is there is this big pharmaceutical CEO. He has 6 children, and at the very start, you're told they are all dead. And now he is talking to somebody and recounting all of their deaths to like this lawyer that has been going after him for years. So he's pretty much, and he's also like admitting his like felonies that he's committed to him. And I'll get to, and I don't want to spoil why he's doing this, but it's a phenomenal show. It is also all based off of the works of Edgar Allan Poe. Each episode, with the exception of episode 1, is based off of a poem or short story that he wrote in some regard.
And like, so they adapt those poems into like an ongoing narrative kind of thing.
Yes. Yeah. Like there are some that are much more like long term, like long form, that when you get to their episode, they're named after that plot they were going for overall. I kind of don't want to tell you the name of the episodes because they're spoilers. If you know what those, some of them are very famous stories.
Thankfully, I'm uneducated.
Yes. But I think the series is really, really good. I think all the acting is really great. It's not, I wouldn't say a spooky show. There are definitely some scares and bumps in the night, but like to call it a horror show, I think is doing too much. Like it's more of a drama show that's kind of like building up to something. Well, that's all drama shows, but like it's a drama more than like a horror story, I would say. But I really, really liked it. It's got some great vibes, and it's got like, you know, a good intrigue as to why all these things are happening and like who are these characters and how are they connected to each other, and it's very Succession feeling, which I think is the next TV series I'm gonna watch as well.
Oh, interested. Wait, Bradley never finished Succession. You guys gotta talk to me about Succession.
I was thinking about Succession the other day, and I'm like, I really like it, but at the same time, holy shit, that show just takes it out of me, man. So many bad people.
They're awful.
Yeah.
They're just
the great thing about House of Usher, I think it's like 9 or 10 episodes, and it's self-contained, and you watch it all, and you're done. It's great.
You haven't watched Haunting of Hill. Everyone should watch Haunting of Hill House. Has Tyler seen Haunting of Hill House? He's the horror guy.
Yeah, y'all talk about it together.
Okay, cool. I like that show a lot.
Yeah. Anyways, House of Usher, really great. I think y'all would all enjoy it.
I can't watch House of Usher.
¿Por qué?
They have animal cruelty in it.
Oh, that is so true. there's a good amount of animal cruelty in it.
There's no amount of morality or anything that is my squeamish. I can't get through it.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
everyone's got
totally fair. There's an entire episode, Tyler, that I think would actually be torture for you. Now that I think about it.
He's out.
Yeah, for sure. So Tyler, don't watch it.
Yeah.
You two should.
We're like, okay, nope, yeah. We've read JoJo's.
Yep.
I know it's on my to watch list. I have to do the Bear now. I forgot to mention it. I finally cleaned my plate to watch the Bear because I know I'm gonna love the Bear, and I've been needing some good television since Better Call Saul left my life, and there's been a hole there.
Yellowjackets.
I also watched Succession after, and like people are crazy for Succession. It's not quite at that level for me.
Interesting.
I've talked about Succession. I think it's like a solid 4 out of 5 kind of show.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good show. You'll like it, but we'll see if you love it, like the rest.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Bear is next, and then maybe we'll do this one.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard because TV shows are not like certain other shows where I can throw it in the back and get to multitask. Like I have to have an open schedule period to watch some shows.
Yeah.
Like Yellowjackets, I don't give a shit. Like I could do stuff while watching Yellowjackets. So that was an easy go.
This was definitely a show where it's like I'm gonna set aside like an hour or two to watch an episode or two.
Yeah.
When I watched it.
Okay. All right. I want to talk about my impressions on 2 games. These are the last 2. I'm really these in a game that I talked about way back when, called Paranormal Sight. I'll try to do that one, but these are the 2 main ones I'm trying to beat by the deadline that we have in like a month or 2, or like in a month or so that we
2
have.
weeks.
Yeah, it's not 2 weeks. Oh my god, no, it's a little less than a month. Like a Dragon Gaiden and Raincode. We'll talk about Raincode first. I've played it less. I still got a ways to go. This is going to be a long one. I don't think it's going to be possible because I've been working on Raincode for so long. This is the supernatural detective game made by the Danganronpa team. And you can take one look at it and be like, hey, that's a Danganronpa. It's definitely got the design sensibilities. And when this game was announced, it looked really cool. I've been super into supernatural like mysteries, so I wanted to see his take on it because I don't think this dude is quite as good at making mysteries as, say, an Ace Attorney game or even like Uchikoshi that makes the Zero Escapes games and like the Somnium Files and stuff. This guy's like, he makes really fun murder mysteries, but even as of the first case of Raincode, he kind of skips a step in like I was able to guess almost the entire mystery from before the murder happened, mind you, for the first mystery. But I respected what was going on. Like it was off the walls, and I could see it coming from several train cars away because it's a locked train room mystery. So I was like, okay, I see where this is going. I can see where it's going. I actually overthought it because while the detectives in this game have superpowers, the superpowers don't really play into this mystery. But I'm calling it way ahead of time that is a hard misdirect because the way that the murder occurs, it had a solution that makes sense without supernatural elements, and a solution that also immediately made sense with the supernatural elements. And I think I'm calling it, like, I'll probably be wrong, and I overthought it. I was able to like track how the entire murder happened, but I guess that one of the other passengers did it because of certain abilities that they had. That didn't come into play, but I'm like, I feel like I'm getting misled. But that's what's...
So wait, like 20 hours down the line near the end of the game, you're going to get flashbacks to that moment, and there's other shit happening behind the scenes that you couldn't even see.
Exactly. It'll be like, I misunderstood this step. The premise is, you're an amnesiac detective. You're like a young kid. You're probably like a teenager or so. And you wake up and you have amnesia, but you have documents that say you're a world detective in this fantasy world. It has like people with wolf ears and detectives that have like supernatural abilities. And like you're supposed to board this train that's going to what's called the Kanai Ward, which is this near lawless zone where a single company pretty much has unilateral control of what goes on. So very little information gets in or out. It rains perpetually in the city, and that's part of like a great mystery that's going on. And you're getting the train with 5 other detectives that also have supernatural abilities, and they all tell you their abilities right off the bat. And I'm like, all right, that's very convenient. They would do that. If this was JoJo's, everyone would be treating their stands like assholes, just like Norisuke taught us in Part 8.
Yeah.
But whatever, we'll need it as information to solve the mysteries. And you get drugged and you fall asleep, and all of the detectives are dead. These characters are expected to be like your crewmates throughout the game. Everyone dead, immolated, burnt to death. You're the only person that left alive on the train. It's a moving train, so one of you had to do it, and it wasn't you, so who did it? So you have to solve it, and you're possessed by this ghost. It's like a death god, and she's really into like mystery. She like gets horny after them, like genuinely very horny over mysteries. And if you'll recall, when this game was announced, I was like, I really like this guy's mysteries. Like, he makes off the wall mysteries, even though he skips like a step in connective tissue for you to be able to guess. I forgot, like that was the tangent I was getting to. I was able to guess everything, but there was one step where it was like, I figured this was the case, but I never got evidence for it, and now I'm just supposed to give the answer that I figured out earlier without like any evidence. Like, you were just supposed to kind of intuit it, and it's like Ace Attorney would have given you a couple, like 1 or 2 in between steps from suspecting it and having an answer. This game sometimes would do like a leap like that. But yeah, like this little ghost lady is following you, and I was like, oh, this guy makes really good mysteries, but he's really cringy with writing sometimes. Like, Danganronpa humor makes me like invert myself, like that one Simpsons episode where they turn inside out in that horror special. Like, it just feels so cringy. I will say this is way better. Like, the characters are so much more human. They're so much more grounded. The dialogue is way less zany. But, you know, you still got the horny ghost that, like, loves mysteries. And she can turn into a big booba demon with horns that Bradley would be like, ooga ooga about. I know how you operate. I'll find a picture of her later. But, like, it's because it's, like, toned down. I like her. Like, she doesn't push me away because it's, like, she's one element. And she, even within her zaniness, she's a lot more down to earth, even though, like, she doesn't care about murders. She doesn't care about, like, morality. She just really cares about solving mysteries. So she can create what's called a mystery palace, which is, like, a manifestation of the mystery, where, like, you traverse the palace and your understanding of the mystery opens up new routes, and you have to do all these mini-games to solve it. The dude's really into mini-games. He cannot let you just look at a conversation and present logic. He has to have a mini game where you slice down the words that are lies and you slice with your sword of truth.
My god!
With the key of truth, like he just fucking can't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, Danganronpa, though, even that was more sensible than how I'm solving mysteries in this game. Like, you're dodging words and slashing at them. It's like, this is a simple conversation. Like, this didn't need to be a whole thing. It's
to play devil advocate. I think it's neat that he's trying to add some sort of like gameplay element to the like thought process. Because like, I feel like that could be a turnoff for Ace Attorney, where it's like it is just selecting like, do I tick A, B, or C? So having that kind of more interactivity is, I think, a good thing. More than
on the devil's advocate, the angel's advocate, you could say, it does allow the Phoenix Wright games to focus more on the logic and the twists.
True.
But like like you're saying, I respect the attempts. One of the fun mini games that has nothing to do with logic. You're the big booba ghost at the very end. You're like, you got the culprit, you have all of the evidence you need, but he makes like a bunch of barricades. Like, he jumps in a castle and makes like a bunch of giant barricades. So your big booba ghost turns into a kaiju, and like you hop on her shoulder, and then you play this mini game where you're running down like a hallway where you have to like jump over shit and tackle, like football tackle through walls as you're like running towards it. Nothing to do with logic at all. You're solving nothing. It's just like a fun aesthetic. So I like that. So yeah, I've played that first mystery. I solved it. I'm in the second mystery now, which is like pretty juicy. Based on like, you can take a voodoo doll to the woods and put a nail in them, and that person will die. So we're trying to find the nail man, as they call him. So he's like a serial killer in town. You're also exploring the town. You have like a new group of detectives that didn't immediately die this time. They're withholding their powers from me, so you can actually tell that this will be the core cast. I'm very
Yeah.
interested in learning about them. They're zany in a way that I can stomach, so I'm really vibing with it. Hopefully, I can finish it. It seems really long. I've also been playing the newest Yakuza game because I finally fucking caught up. As of this year, actually, I caught up with Yakuza 6 was the last one I needed to do, and you kind of have to because this game hard spoils Yakuza 6 right off the bat. Yakuza like a Dragon Gaiden, because they're called Like a Dragons now. They're not called Yakuza games anymore, but it's easy to call them that. It's a story that features old protagonist Kiryu that takes place at the same time as Like a Dragon, aka Yakuza 7. This one's not an RPG, it's an action game again. But Kiryu is working for like a secret, he's like a spy. He's got like spy gear in this one because he works as like an agent. It's called Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name, because Kiryu in the last game kind of erased his existence and faked his own death so that his family could live without having to worry, yada yada. So he works for those people that kind of facilitated that, and he's got spy gear now. So you got two fighting styles. One's like a Yakuza brawler style that combines all his previous fighting styles into one, and one's Asian style where you get like a wire net that you can shoot and fling people around. You get to summon a drone called Hornet, but it's not just one drone. As long as you hold triangle, you just summon like 24 drones that like fly around the map and just pester people. You have cigarette bombs that you can throw, and then like if you're doing heat action the version of it, he like does a cool pose and then throws it behind him like a cool guy doesn't look at explosions kind of attack. And then he has jet boots. So, like, they've just abandoned all, like, pretense that this is not the goofiest shit ever and just embraced it with these agent tools. It's very fun.
Nice.
It's a shorter Yakuza game. It's 5 long chapters as opposed to the usual, like, 13 longish chapters. So it should be faster. But my problem with it is it does have some pacing where it's like, okay, you've hit this point of the game, do a bunch of side quests until your rep is good enough. And, like, the game's never really ever stopped and forced you to do a bunch of side quests. You just kind of found your own time to do that because the plot was always going. Like, the plot is thick in these games. And here you can tell that they definitely ran into some gaps where it's like, we have a good story to tell, and even that's too short for the Yakuza standards, so we need to pad it out a little bit. The side content is very good, though, so I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm in chapter 4 out of 5, so I will be beating this one before Rain Code. I'll probably beat it this week since work is going to be really light. So that's all I got to say on that. Tyler, a new Risk of Rain game came out. What's going on with that?
Oh yeah,
A new old Risk of Rain game came out.
Oh,
Risk of Rain Returns is the new Risk of Rain game. It's a remake of the first one. So updated graphics, new items, a couple new characters, things like that, and it's just like basically an overhaul of it. It's fun. It's fun in a completely different way of Risk of Rain 2. Because it goes from 2D style to 3D and then back to 2D. It's wild how much of the game they adapted from 2D to 3D in the first place. That being said, like, this game is fun. I like a little bit more Risk of Rain. Like always, I'm never gonna say no. But it just makes me really just want more Risk of Rain too. Like, the game is just good.
It seems like you were going pretty hard on it, but I guess you enjoy the gameplay of 2 more.
Yeah, I mean, that 3D space they work with, there's a lot of things that they didn't translate well from 1 to 2. An easy example is like turrets, and like drones that follow your character around and fight with you. In the 3D space, that got really wonky, and the AI for them is pretty bad. In 1, or Risk of Rain Returns, they're like tethered to your character and always on a leash. They're really good. It would be interesting to see like a Risk of Rain 3 done by Gearbox where they basically optimize all of Risk of Rain 2, expand upon it, clean it up, fix a couple things, and just make it a more streamlined experience, because there's still a lot of cleanup on Risk of Rain 2 that make it feel really indie. Yeah, but that being said, we'll know how we feel. They announced a new update for Risk of Rain 2 as well, a new expansion. We don't have any information about it other than it was announced. It involves the boss from Risk of Rain 1 in some capacity, and we don't know when it's going to come out. And that's it. They've talked about it. They have a devlog. Void the last Risk of Rain 2 expansion was really bad.
Oh,
I've never. Yeah, I feel like I would have heard complaints.
Survivors of the Void. Let's say this for people who have played a lot of Risk of Rain,
so you
pre-Survivors of the Void and post-Survivors of the Void. It feels bad. It doesn't feel as good. And it's not any one thing you can put like your thumb on. It just like there's a couple of one-shot things, the environments, the pacing, it just feels a little bit off. The Void items are meh. I don't think they add a whole lot. Like, I don't know.
It's so like, is this an expansion where like it updated and it changed the entirety of the game and you can't
Yeah.
get back, or
So
you can't even like toggle it off to not play with it?
Correct.
Oh, that fucking blows.
Yeah.
Especially because like Risk of Rain is definitely like one of those like, I felt like Risk of Rain when I played it very, very lightly with y'all. It felt like there was a fine balancing to it, and like I didn't play much, but I could definitely feel like there's a lot of like just like things are the way they are for a very specific.
Was that before or after this expansion? Before, I guess.
That was before when I played.
Yeah,
because it was very early on when it came out. So that's really interesting that it kind of like fucked up that ecosystem.
And it's still a really fun game. I still like it, but like a lot of that balance does feel off. And that being said, like I mean, Hopu sold the IP for Risk of Rain to Gearbox. True. That was a solid transaction. So it's like they still hold like creative input rights over it with Gearbox, and it's a really respectful cooperation between the teams, but they're not working on it. Like it's not in their hands.
Do you think that spells like a down period for the Risk of Rain franchise?
Heroes of the Void or whatever, the Void update gives me concern. Yes. Because let me take a look at this real quick, actually. Mainly because if we take a look at the game post update from the Void, Brain 2, thank you, Gearbox, Seekers of the Storm Dev Diary, Festival of Gup, console announcement. There was a patch in November.
Yeah.
And it was just a bunch of blue falling meteor emojis, and that was the patch. That was literally all that was in it. So all the way back in January, which was when Survivors of the Void came out.
So they've had no patches since the expansion came out? That seems wild.
Yeah. So that's also something that really concerns me. Like, it feels very unbalanced, and they dropped it, and they just did nothing.
And it's not like Risk of Rain is a small indie game. It's kind of a smash hit, no? Like, I hear it's a very popular game. It blew up, so you would think they would support it more.
Yeah. That's my beef with it. It's not in indie control anymore. It gained acquisition soon after. So no. So like I think Void came out in January. No, it came out in June. They bought the IP in January, which means Hopu probably did a lot of the work on it. But it was still kind of a on the way out the door thing.
It might be just kind of like a transitional team is
Yeah.
working on it now.
Yeah, they're definitely dealing with a lot of business decisions during that time, as opposed
Also,
to...
it does not help that Gearbox is under Embracer, which is going through a horrible year.
That's a good point. I did not realize that.
So Gearbox Publishing has really helped out Hopu a lot with Risk of Rain 2. That's why it became such a smash hit, is like they got that Gearbox Publishing support. That being said,
there are negatives.
Yeah.
I absolutely, like, every creator has like the freedom to choose what they want to do with their spawn creation, blah blah blah. This is like, imagine if Terraria sold off, which y'all haven't played all of Terraria, and Bradley's gone right now. He's on potty break.
He back.
Our turn.
Oh, Bradley, what would you say is peak Terraria? 1.3?
Oh, it just gets peaker every time, I think.
Imagine if, like, the people who made Terraria sold off Terraria at 1.3 before 1.35 came out, or something. And that's what it kind of feels like Risk of Rain may have happened. Like, I don't know. I want a lot from Risk of Rain because it is one of my favorite games. It is like the most Tyler of Tyler games ever made.
Yes.
Tyler-esque
game.
Tyler Core.
It is Tyler Core. And I like, the only thing there could be for me to do is to mod into the game, but like, what does that do for...
Hey, I mean, let's have some faith. They've at least put out something. Where we could be living in a universe where it's been 7 years since the last you've heard of it. It's like, is that dead? You could be coping about it like Titanfall, like some people do there. So
I wish there wasn't a, here's this and we're done with it. Like, no, this is supposed to be a live updated game. You should give some attention to the live product, I feel like. But maybe that's just...
Well, buddy, I certainly hope that one of your favorite franchises didn't just die last year secretly, and that you keep getting good games.
I think it'll live. Gearbox will have to get the thing with Embracer, and then I think it's too early to say anything.
And before Gearbox shuts down in 6 months.
No,
that's impossible. Like, that's gotta be impossible. Hopefully,
literally, Microsoft would buy them. Like, they would just be like, "Oh, we'll take that."
Yeah.
That's Borderlands. Like, fuck yeah.
Speaking, Borderlands 4 and Tiny Tina's Wonderland 2 just got leaked.
Oh, shit!
Wow.
That's a big leak.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I saw something on Reddit about that.
Ooh. Interesting.
Storm My Archive RPG got leaked or announced. By the way.
Ooh, that's cool.
That sounds sick.
Yeah, it does. Since we're talking about things that we're literally sharing right now, I think 2 hours ago, next season of League of Legends got revealed. Not leaked, but just revealed. And they're removing mythic item.
What the fuck? Or it's just an infinite loop. Didn't they add that like 3 years ago, 2 years ago?
Yeah, they added it relatively recently. In
2 years ago.
Universally, everybody hated it.
I did not like
I don't particularly care one way or the other. It's just...
It might go back to like 2014 to 2016 vibes.
Those are
which
your vibes.
Which were way better than pandemic vibes, to be honest.
Yeah.
But the pandemic vibes is when we played, so that's higher vibes.
Yeah.
I like the fist bumping thing that Emily shared. I was like,
that's badass. The fist bump looks cool.
I like ways that you can express positive emotions with your teammates. I think toxic games need that.
I'm sad they got rid of the hook emote.
Damn.
Hook emote good though.
Bait.
Yeah.
Bait. Yeah.
I mean, that's not what people were saying with it.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
the Pokemon Unite. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you need a little bit of sassy emotes. I think they make some for good communication, just funny moments. But yeah.
Alrighty then.
Alright.
Let's move on. I'm actually keeping track of the timestamps as we do it this time. I'm brilliant. It only took 82 episodes for me to think of this one.
It only took you.
I'm always improving, okay? It's just glacial. Joe.
Yes.
We've played Metal Gear Solid recently. Now, this isn't our first time playing it, so I'm sure there's not it's not like the freshest impressions, but why don't you talk about our experience a little bit?
Should we talk about my background in the Metal Gear series?
Sure. It's an interesting I cannot let you go 3 times in a row. I gotta fix the schedule. Anyways, go ahead.
So I played Metal Gear Solid first time at minimum 10 years ago. No, not even. At minimum 10 years ago at minimum. And at most 13 years ago or something like that. Something crazy. So it's been a long time since I played. Played that game and then immediately jumped to Metal Gear Solid 4. And I was like, yeah, that'll be fine.
I can't quite put into words how fucking insane of a jump that is. Not only gameplay, graphically, obviously narratively, you're going to be completely lost, especially because Metal Gear Solid 4 is an insane video game.
It is. Yeah, walking there's like liquid oxalate. The fuck does that mean? But yeah, that being said, it's been a long time since I played Metal Gear. But I remember when I first played it, I was like, this game's really fun.
You have forgot a lot, thankfully. Yeah.
This game's a lot of fun. I really like the story. Really vibing with it. Played it with Willer. This game's a lot of fun. Really vibing with it. Pretty good. That being said, I wouldn't call the game unplayable, but I wouldn't call it the greatest game gameplay-wise in this day and age.
It's aged better than it could have, but it's still showing its age quite poorly.
Yes. In fact, one of the things that drove me up a wall was to go through a door, you would have to have the key card equipped. And that equip slot is really important because that's all your gadgets and shit.
Yeah.
So you're sacrificing having a gadget equipped to walk through a door, and sometimes there's just some fucking bullshit on the other side of the door you don't even know.
I mean, this is where, and it's showing a lot in 2, where these games are hardwired in my brain, so I'm just obviously, as soon as you walk into the room, you just re-equip your ration. But that's because, I'm trained to do so. I have the muscle memory. Obviously, before you crawl, before you move in MG1 and 2, you got to stand up. You just got to do a quick double check. But that's the thing. I have that in my brain, so I can see why it's so unintuitive for someone coming back.
Yeah. That being said, I played the vast majority of it. I think you played mainly the backtracking parts, the exception of one segment.
For my own greedy purposes, I wanted to play some screens just to play a little bit, and then do some bosses where we would switch out on deaths, or if the room was a lot of deaths, we would switch. But I let Joe handle at least 70 to 80% of the playthrough.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun. We had a good time. That
great.
plot holds up so good. It's incredibly impressive. There's a shot, and the cinematography as well. There was a shot that you look at the screen and it's very simple because it's PlayStation 1 graphics, but immediately I understand what Kojima's going for this the way this is framed and what's being said.
With Snake and Otacon after the Sniper Wolf fight.
Yeah. And
good stuff.
There's just a background and there's snow. I get the feeling. It's very purposeful.
Same with when Liquid's doing his rant near the end of the game, with the red lighting and he's towering above you with his shirt off. You're this is just a interesting composition of events right now.
Yeah, I attributed this to the plot for the Metal Gear Solid 1. What's great about it is that when you boil down to it, it's super simple. Terrorists have taken over the site. They have nuclear weapons. Don't let them shoot the nukes off and destroy the nukes and whatever else is going on there.
Well,
you're cool. And there's a lot of other stuff going on.
Step 1 is rescue Dude A and see if they can shoot the nukes. Okay, they can shoot the nukes. Don't let them shoot the nukes.
Yes, it's very simple. Okay, I understand. At the end of the day, the nukes are done. I've won the video game. I could literally forget everything else, but I understand it. But I think the extra layering of all the other dynamics and war and soldier psychology and what it means to be a soldier and fighting what you fight for.
Yeah.
It really elevates that story to another level, as well as being born who you are. Does that really describe who you're meant to be in this life?
Yeah, like the themes are very like Kojima takes a lot of like shonen and anime influences, but boils it down in like a bunch of like very gritty, like American Western. Like he has a big interest in Western militaries and how like operations are run and like weaponry. So like he's a total nerd about that, but his kind of like Japanese influence adds like a very nice spin where the character dynamics and the themes are stuff that you would see in really good animes. Just like grounded in the setting of a stealth mission with all these political and military underpinnings. Where if anyone tells you Metal Gear is not political, which that some clown tweeted that on Twitter the other day, it's like, how did you what? It's like
you missed it. I can't believe it. You played Metal Gear Solid with no sound on. How did you not do this?
Incredible.
How did you do this? Like,
and they were blind.
Yeah, like but it's a great game that holds up. But it's also definitely one of those things that like, I'm gonna play Metal Gear. Okay, well, you should know that like there's a bunch of bullshit that happens in here. You should be aware of. Like, I don't know, there's just a random claymore on an elevator that's fucking explodes.
Oh my god. Joe and Claymores is the greatest rivalry of 2023. This motherfucker gets got every time. It's so funny every time.
And then, oh my god, there's the fucking camera tower that got us once. And, oh my god. Actually, there's basically like you have to climb this tower, and we turned the corner for the first time, and there's just a singular like gun turret that you walk up and it starts shooting you, and it killed us. I'm like, oh okay. We go back up there and we chaff grenade, and we go up like 2 flights of steps.
Chaff grenades turn off electronics in the room, so we throw one of those. Yeah. And like as Joe's turning the corner, I was like, I betcha that the moment the chaff grenade stops, there will be a camera there. So if you keep moving at a steady pace, you immediately run to another camera. Lo and behold, as I said it a second too late, as Joe walks into the second bit of camera fire.
Now, we didn't die. I moved back. Like, okay, let's take it back. Threw a chaff grenade, went back up, and it's like, all right, a third time maybe. Look. Oh, there's a third one.
And the best part is, the first set of cameras you run into, it's a single camera gun. And then 2 camera guns. And then 3 camera guns. And then 4 camera guns. All evenly spaced out and perfectly timed with your chaff grenades. Where it's like, these motherfuckers were cackling to themselves as they, like, perfectly set up this clown shoes ass, like, perfectly spaced camera trap. So it's just fantastic.
And the whole time, like, I can't believe Kojima did this bullshit. This is fucking ridiculous. It was like, no, he didn't do this. We get to the credits screen, there is one level designer. It's Hideo Kojima.
I was like, Joe, other people worked in the game. Like, don't be so close-minded. No, it was Kojima.
It was that motherfucker. Man, we had a ton of fun playing it. We're on Metal Gear Solid 2 now. And very much immediately, like Willard said, like, my brain is not wired for that game. Like, I had such a struggle, like, just shooting. It's kind of crazy.
Which is like, it's a much better game to control, but also they did not hold back. They're like,
oh yeah,
you have control. Hard, which was I don't know if that was the right choice. So next time we play, I'll let you make the decision on site of which route to take, because I restarted the game on normal and just blitzed to where we were. Metal Gear Solid 2 is like, think about, like, the crazy thing is, it's a game that's 3 years after Metal Gear Solid 1. I've never seen a greater leap in mechanics, complexity, and graphics in my fucking life. It is an insane leap from one game of the series to the other. So it's like, despite that, they didn't really take it easy. They made enemies way more complicated, room layouts don't play around. They use, like, the quality of the cover you're behind, and like if there's gaps in the cover, the visibility, like it's intuitive. Like if there's a hole and you can see them, they can see you, even though like you're technically behind cover. It's like they simulated what these guards would be able to see pretty well, and their visions are a lot better than Metal Gear Solid 1 guard visions.
Yeah, you're telling me. Very excited to see. I haven't played any of Metal Gear Solid 2 or 3, and I know very little of any stuff.
Which are coincidentally the 2 of my favorite games of all time. That said, because the game is harder and the plot of 2 is fucking crazy, I do think it's like, in reflection, it's like this is not a good game to play with Joe in the same way that Metal Gear Solid 1 is, because Joe is not even that into big long cutscenes. He likes the gameplay. Well, as I'm replaying the game, it's like the plot, like, you'll see by the end why I'm saying this. The plot of Metal Gear Solid 2 is so, like, meticulously crafted to get a certain emotion out of the player at different points, where I'm, like, trying to analyze every line, but I can't talk about my analysis with Joe, and he's just like, that room kicked the shit out of me, I don't want to hear your shit right now. So it's like, it's...
Well, they also gave me too much power, because in the codec now, you can move the people around the screen.
Yeah, there's some conversations where I had to take the controller away from Joe, where like, wait, I'm trying to listen, hold on.
I'm still engaged with the story, I should let you know. I am enjoying the story, what we're getting.
And we're getting like the simple part of the story out the way, because I was checking in on a stream actually just today of like, oh, what do we have coming up next? Oh, it's about to get crazy like pretty soon after where we are. And I'm also remembering a lot of the character stuff that I love. And I can't wait to rewatch that last bit of the game again, because that shit changed my life. And then, but I will say, Metal Gear Solid 3 story, it does still have the lengthy cutscenes that I think are gonna get to Joe's patience a little bit. Like, it has some long-ass cutscenes. But the story is, like, so Joe-core. In a way where, like, Metal Gear Solid 2 is very, for me, 3 is, like, a James Bond spy thriller that Joe is going to absolutely love, so...
I'm very excited.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
I would have loved to play these with Bradley, too, so maybe one day I will tie him to a chair. I think Bradley would hate playing Metal Gear Solid 1.
Oh, no. You have to, like...
He'd be like,
no, Bradley.
What is this Mario 64 bullshit? Like, yeah, it would be great.
You would need to be, like, stapled to a cushion for you to play, for us to, like, play in front of you. I had to hold back and not buy Metal Gear Solid, the collection, because like I'm so into playing these right now.
Man, you should, because then you could play 3 in like your own Joe pace, where you will just blitz through that shit in one night, and you'll love it.
I do like playing with you. It is a fun thing to do with you that I really enjoy and appreciate.
I like the little character chats we have after certain scenes.
Yeah. And the other thing that's great.
Now, I also know all the tricks and tips that there's a billion of in the game, and they don't teach you a single goddamn one.
I do like, okay, so we started playing Metal Gear on Solid 2 on hard, and we got to a segment where you have to disarm all these bombs in different rooms, and Willer was like, here, let me play, because Willer was like, there's this room that is just super hard that I just know how to do, I'm going to get it done with. And Willer then soon realized all of the rooms are super hard on hard.
Yeah, That the Hell Room was just Hell Room 1 of like 3 or 4. That's that room with the boxes, and the room with the 2 guards, like the room with the porn magazine. On paper is actually so simple. I think our brains were fried, which is why like this is not a game where you can play too many hours, because the plot's gonna fuck you and the gameplay is gonna fuck you. So you need to pace yourself a little bit.
Yeah,
man, we'll talk more about 2, but 2 does this. 2 is the greatest use of false marketing I've ever seen, which false marketing, that's a bad thing. In this case, it kind of worked out in a very interesting way where...
There's a lot about 2 so far that I really appreciate now that I don't have to deal with like getting hyped up for the game.
Yeah.
That I'm looking back, I'm like, I understand why this is happening now.
You know that the franchise doesn't stop here. You know like that there's at least 2 games. Like, I can imagine why someone... back in the day. I mean, I played these games when 3 was out on the leading to 4, and I started with 2, and then I played 1 and 3, so I played in a weird order as well.
Yeah.
But I could see why someone would be disappointed by 2, because 2 gives you the ultimate sequel to Metal Gear Solid 1, everything you could ever ask for. It's in a boat now. Snake and Otacon are doing cool shit. The plot immediately picks off where it went from 2.
Metal Gear Ray looks fucking sick.
And then, about an hour and a half to 2 hours in the game, you will never play a Solid Snake again. And the game completely pulls the rug from under you and introduces a brand new protagonist that is nothing like you would expect a protagonist to be or what you would want a protagonist to be. And then it just goes from there with just... It's just very interesting where I can now see behind the curtain, see like how they're engineering your experience, Joe, and I'm just like watching from the corner. It's like interesting. Very cool.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot. But we'll talk more about Metal Gear 2 when I have
Hopefully, we make progress next time. I mean, actually, we made pretty good progress the first time.
Maybe the next weekend, if time is available.
Yeah, maybe the weekend the artist will play with us. Joe, I've heard very good things about the Pluto anime. Have y'all heard about this? Non-Joe people.
I have not.
It's a Urasawa anime, which is the guy that does Monster and Billy Bat and Golden Boy 21st Century Boys. I think it's all the same guy.
Oh, so this is a Netflix exclusive.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just got on Netflix the other day to start watching Scott Pilgrim, and I did see this.
Yeah. Okay. Do y'all even know anything about Pluto?
I know.
It's not a planet anymore.
True.
Okay.
I know it's an Urasawa kind of like Astro Boy style story. That's all I know.
Okay. So this story is about a kind of close to utopian world where like robots have gotten a very strong AI and they are cohabiting the world with humans. Like it's very almost not Pokemon-esque, but it's very utopian. Like people are getting along, like robots have a role in society that's very much like they have equal rights, and there's like this whole like, cultural shift that's coming to an end. Like you're getting to the end of like almost like the civil rights movement where like people are like, yes, we are accepting these people. These are like, they have rights now and we can, engage with them on like equal footing for everyone. Like obviously not 100% true today, but the idea of like a new age is starting of like equality between humans and robots. And this was really kind of sparked and pioneered by the seven strongest robots in the entire world. And like they advocated for human rights and for robot rights after a great tragedy that kind of really kicked off this whole like revolution basically. Someone or something is killing these 7 robots and their creators. So it's a detective story about figuring out like who is doing this and why.
Spicy. And it's also got like, it makes me think of Watchmen a little bit.
A little bit, yes. And so it is, your main character is Gazette, who is one of the 7 robots. He is the representative of Europe, and he is the smartest and best detective robot that's ever been made, basically. And he is in charge of solving this mystery. So you go around, it's just kind of like this scope of like, what does it mean to be human and equality and like just exploring like different things about like, equality within the world. And there's a lot of like racial coding, transcoding, stuff like that. It's very, very good. It's very action packed. So you mentioned Astro Boy, Willer. This is an adaptation of an Astro Boy arc. I don't know if you know that.
Oh.
This is like stuff.
But Urasawa, like, was it inspired off an Astro Boy arc?
No. Like, this is based off of what is essentially like their Water 7 arc. It's like basically like, it's like people say like this is like the Astro Boy arc. It's the one that everyone like praises.
I love hearing that Astro Boy has a Water 7 arc. That's great.
But basically he takes this arc and makes it much more detective thriller and much more noir based. And Astro Boy is still in it. He just goes by Adam, which is his regular name, but he's more of a side character now. Gazette takes the main stage instead. So it's based on that.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Yes. I didn't know that going into it. I was like, what the fuck is this show? Because I just wanted to look it up. I really liked this show. I thought it had some really good action sequences. I thought the story was very good. I really liked the characters as well. It's really well paced. I think the mystery isn't great, but I don't think it's the main like highlight. The highlight of the show is definitely like, being a robot and kind of being like, having what the world says like, hey, your purpose in life was this. But then getting the freedom like, okay, well, what do I do with my life now that I no longer want to do the thing that I was built for originally? And a lot of the robots like kind of go through that process and like what they're doing. with their lives nowadays and how they can move forward and like dealing with their past well. I think it was really good. I really enjoyed it. I don't want to spoil too much because it is a bit of a mystery about like what it all is, but I think it's just Willard, you would really enjoy it for its detective portion, and I think Tyler would enjoy it because he just likes good anime.
Does he?
So I don't really have. Does he? That's a good question. I don't really have much else to say because it would just be like spoilers for the majority of the story, I think. But I really like Zet as a character. He deals with a lot of like his past and what he has to like and people he has to protect and like doing the right thing and being connected to these basically his best friends his whole life are just getting killed off one by one. So I think it's a really interesting story. But that's kind of all I have for it other than like that isn't spoiling anything.
We'll check it out.
I was fascinated. Yeah, I was fascinated. I was like, this is a Astro Boy story? And it's like one of the best arcs and it's getting adapted and apparently like the adaptation, the manga is like really well praised as well within like Japanese media. So I just thought that was really interesting. But yeah.
I need to add that to our ever-present in the distance new anime we watched tier list that will make
yes,
there.
I will in that channel.
No one ever updates that, so I forget. There's so many I missed. What the fuck is this called, Pluto? All right, so I'm gonna move this up to where it's about time we get to some interesting stuff, something that we've all experienced.
Hold on. I didn't put it up, but this is all I want to say. I went and saw the Book of Mormon. I liked it.
Okay.
Nice. Book of Mormon.
Make it a 2-second.
It's a decade-old musical.
Yes.
It was everything I expected of Matt Stone and Trey Parker. Yep.
Nice. I almost went to one actually not too long ago, but I was busy that day.
I've read the screenplay or whatever it's called.
It is hilarious that people praise this show and are like still look down on South Park because it's literally just South Park the musical.
Yep.
Literally, actually, South Park bigger, longer, uncut is South Park the musical and has the same overarching concept of this play.
Well, because it's on stage, it's not cartoon cutouts. Cartoons are for kids, Tyler. That's why.
Especially the one where Cartman says "fuck." That my kids love that one. All right.
Yeah. Let's get into it.
Yo, everybody! It happened. Everybody watched Attack on Titan and has finished Attack on Titan. Bradley, in fact, is fresh. Which I have to say, for you to come on the podcast and be like energetic after finishing, especially those last 2 Attack on Titan episodes right before, like those are draining for me. Like
that's the thing. In the past few days, I binged the entirety of season 4 start to finish, which is probably like 20 to 30 episodes, and then the 2 like hour and a half specials. So, and I literally finished them right before. Like I finished, and then I was like, okay, let's start. So I am fresh off the finale.
I also I was watching season 4 because I was waiting for it to all finish, and I watched a few, and then I hit that stretch of episodes where shit's just peak fiction after the other. I was like, all right, let's just finish this in 2 days.
Oh my god, every fucking episode was a banger for like 10 hours in a row.
So I'm mostly interested in Tyler and Bradley's takes as new people who knew that me and Joe didn't love the ending in the manga. Joe has some harsh words, and it's always very funny.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. I kind of liked it. I didn't think it was that bad, and I've been since I'm so fresh. Like as we've been going through this podcast, I've been like going online trying to see what other people think about it, and I will say it seems like a lot of people have said that there's a lot of dialogue that they changed in the ending that might have helped a little bit.
Critical dialogue changes.
That's the thing. I liked it.
It's what you fuckos get for reading the manga.
Truly.
God forbid us read the author's vision.
Fuck the author.
For what it's worth, I've always thought the Attack on Titan anime was superior than the manga. However, after I just peeked my head into the Marley arc after I finished season 3, and I could not stop. once you peek into the Marley arc, you just and you know that there's like a whole manga out there. You just kind of go with it, right?
Oh my god!
Yeah.
All right.
That moment opened my eyes. Like
No.
after that, it became the best anime ever.
Now, Tyler, I remember because the second to last special came out, and me and Joe were like, "Oh, dude, that's some of our favorite content in the end." And you were kind of like not into like the second to last special. Did you like the last?
Let me encapsulate these last two specials because I told Bradley about it. I got to work. I was like, Bradley, I finished Attack on Titan. I've been watching this for a decade now.
Yeah, for real.
Bradley asks, was it worth it? And I was like, I think what I said was, no, it was not worth the wait.
Oh.
But, asterisk, if I binged this and I wasn't waiting, fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
no.
wonder how I would feel different if I watched season 4 stuff as it came out, because binging all of season 4 in one stretch
It's an
was
experience.
like, oh my,
Yeah.
dude, my heart couldn't take it.
That's how I was reading it. I was like,
Yeah.
oh my god.
Yeah, you can't put that shit down.
This is not. This is probably the worst experience episodically of something ever.
It has fucked
The-
fucked Tyler up to where he thinks every anime now is this. Like,
The final season, season 4 of Attack on Titan, began in 2020.
gee.
Damn.
It took them 3 years to finish a season.
Yo, back off the mic a little bit. You're killing me. Calm down.
Okay, that being said, I have a note that I put.
I
and this will be-
read that. Now, go ahead. What did you say?
If you did not like the ending of anime Attack on Titan, then you did not understand the point of the rest of the show.
You did not write anime in that note. So when I read that note, I was like, Tyler, that is very rude. You don't know the ending. The 2 endings that me and Joe had to read. By the way, the ending happened twice, and it got worse the second time. So there was the monthly release ending, and then the supplemented volume release that had 11 extra pages, and we were really hoping that something could be done in those 11 pages. I came out even more bummed out after them, not gonna lie, when I read it back then. Joe, what was your, like, you could talk about your takes around that time period as we were reading it.
You can go watch me and Willer's tier list on
Man,
this.
it was
Which is a
fresh.
fucking hoot. Well, yeah, which is a hoot to watch, by the way.
But, I regret some of the saltiness, but not the ones related to 2 characters in particular. But Joe is so harsh to Aaron, and like Aaron's a complicated character. We're definitely gonna talk about Aaron.
Yeah, I have seen. So I've seen clips of. I haven't watched the anime episode. I just haven't had time. But I've seen clips of like those segments I didn't like, and I was like, okay, they have fixed a lot of the issues on Aaron because he has said things differently and it makes a lot more sense.
I'll get into it, but they actually reverse the order of the conversation between Aaron and Armin, and it changes everything. I'll get into. I took a bunch of notes as I was going through the season, so I got some discussion. But hold on,
Which was the last chapter of Attack on Titan originally?
139. So the last chapter. So first of all, it doesn't have certain things. It doesn't have the scene where Mikasa kind of like sees grown-up Ymir, which is still a weird scene. But also importantly, it ends with Mikasa saying, "Aaron, thanks for wrapping your scarf around me." That's the final. And then you see Aaron as Bird flying away. That's the last thing. You don't get a lot of some of the bonus scenes where they talk about the future of Paradis. Like I don't think the Historia scene is initially there, and you don't get anything after Mikasa, including like her eventual death and then the future of Paradis Island. More importantly, they don't show that those events in Paradis Island are like thousands of years in the future in the manga. It seems like it's 40 to 100 years off, which makes me feel
no, it's thousands. Really... It's 2,000
right,
years
Tyler.
in the future.
You saw the altered version that makes it abundantly clear. I saw the shit version.
I will asterisk this. This was only in the credits.
Yes, but it was the last pages you see is that and Baron, as we call him, the little kid with the scarf walking into the tree.
Dude, that was a wild fucking post-credits sequence.
Yeah. But that also ties in with like why everything happened.
To clear the room, so I didn't hate the ending, but I was definitely let down by it, and a lot of scenes I don't like. Now I will say the anime ending I like a lot more. I actually think it's fairly good. I don't love it. There's some of those things I still can't get past that I had problems with, but I'm more curious about the two fresh boys that didn't read it monthly. Well, I guess Tyler watched it over. Tyler did worse than reading it monthly, to be fair. I'm curious about you guys that watched the superior anime version, we'll say, where they got to streamline a lot of stuff and kind of rework those scenes. What are y'all likes and dislikes with the ending?
I think, like, even in the anime, it can be a little confusing on what's actually happening whenever, like, we're fighting Eren 1 second, and then the next second we're going into 40 minutes of, like, talks on the street or at the cabin. And so it was, at first I was very confused on what was going on there.
There's also the cutaway to, like, Mikasa's dream world that she got to live out with Eren, which is, like, a bit jarring.
So that was a little jarring. I think... I'm trying to figure out, like, what is actually the thing that people had problems with, because...
Same.
Tyler, do you like the ending? Like, how do you, like, what...
I love the ending. This is on par with Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Okay, cool. So, let's rewind to 2000... Fuck, when was this? 20?
2020, yeah.
Yeah. So we're getting to the ending. There's all sorts of discussions. There's a lot of debates against Jaegerists and the Alliance, people who side with the Alliance, and who's doing the right thing, and is Eren gonna succeed, and is the Alliance justified, is Eren justified, yada yada. It's a whole world. There's a lot of theories about how Eren's actually been in Paradise all along, and he's controlling the Founding Titan from distance, like a Warhammer Titan, and he's gonna sprout out the Earth after, and yada yada. And then, like, we get the news that the series is going to end in 3 months. We only have 3 chapters left. And 3 chapters left, if you scale it back, is, like, at the beginning of that last episode. It's, like, as the Alliance starts fighting on the Founding Titan. And you're like, that's not a lot of time to finish the story, and it gets kind of worrisome.
If you condense all that, I could see it feeling rushed.
And then, like, ultimately... What bothered me was the send-offs to Eren and Mikasa, and a lot of the characters, like Reiner's final lines are very weird, and the series leaves on a weird bummer of, like, what did we accomplish? Like, did it turn out well for them?
Yes!
Like, 80% of everyone died. Was that worth it? Would it, like, what was Isayama actually trying to say? Like, what was his ending point? It was very vague at the end for me. Joe, you have a lot of criticisms as well. So, like, if there's something I haven't mentioned that you didn't like, please bring that up.
The only thing I can think of that I really didn't like was just the conversation between Eren and
Armin.
Armin just was just not written well. That there's some things that are said that it's a translation thing, or it's
it wasn't.
not.
That's the problem. There's too bad translation. So let me get into that. When Eren talks to Armin, you know how it goes from them being kids and then walking the vast earth that they always dreamed of as kids, as they talk about life, and then they're on, like, the clear water beach area, like, doing the final part of this discussion.
Yeah.
In the manga, it starts with Eren saying, I've killed 80% of people, and Armin just looking surprised. And then they go on to do the rest of the conversation, with the highlight being Eren and Mikasa.
Yeah.
This is weird, because it makes Armin accepting Eren's rumbling, and diminishes it to talk about the pretty poorly set up, in my opinion, romance between Eren and Mikasa. They completely flipped that. The first thing they talk about as kids is Eren and Mikasa, and Armin giving him shit for it. And then they walk around the Earth, and they kind of have, like, nice moments together as, like, they're kind of realizing it's like, okay, this is the end of our relationship, and I really can't let go of the fact that you were there for me at every step of the way. And then Eren tells the total toll of the death, and Armin freaks out in the anime. He has like an outburst of like, bro, what the fuck? Why did you do this? What did we accomplish? And then Armin doesn't drop the worst line in the series, which is, Eren, thanks for becoming a mass murderer for our sake.
Ooh. Okay.
Eren, thanks for becoming a mass murderer for our sake. Bro, what? So they cut that.
In the anime, he says something along the lines of like, well, you know what? We're both going to go to hell together, which seems like it more like...
That's so better.
It's even better. It's even better because in the anime, because that line can be interpreted as an interesting lie. And the reason why is Eren is freaking out. Like, he just told him, and he's talking. Eren also talks about how he's a fucking dumbass in the anime. He's like, I don't know, I did it. I did it because I wanted to, and because with this power in the hands of a dumbass, I fumbled it. He does not have self-reflective lines like that in the manga. So lines like that go a long way into setting the tone of what the story's trying to say.
Anime watchers rise up.
They should. They should. With their wings of freedom on their backs. So, and then, like... So, because, like, Eren shows, like, how fucked up in the head he is from the Founding Titans future sight, and how he doesn't even know how to feel, Armin realizes that his friend is about to die, having no solace. So Armin talks about, in the anime, Joe, because you didn't get to watch the episode, how because I planted those ideas of a vast free world in your mind, I shaped your conception of what freedom is, and am partially responsible for the actions you took. Now, that's kind of a leap, right? But then you remember that Armin is really good at lying to people under pressure. So while and he's like, look, I've also at times wanted to wipe out everyone. Life is frustrating. Who hasn't had like the human suck kind of moment? So he says that to Eren. He says, well, you know what, Eren? When you get to hell, I'll be there too. As like, both as like a, look, man, I've sinned, and I get that aspect of you, but mostly in how I interpret it as a way to make his best friend have some solace in his last moments. And that, like, makes every character involved a more complex and interesting character than what the manga did. So that's... that's the whole breakdown, that I wanted to get across as to why we didn't like it and why it's better.
The whole climax of it leading up to, like, Eren having that stupid, like, hissy fit about my Casa really sent me over the edge. Because it's like, it's like, you literally did nothing. Like, you showed actually the complete opposite towards Mikasa in terms of, like, her interest towards you. So, like, I have
there's one scene where Eren shows interest, and it's when he talking to Zeke and asks her about it, right? And so so I will say the anime did not fix how much I did not like Mikasa in the last few episodes. Just like, and the anime doesn't fix that, like, I mean, Ymir is a complicated character. I have more sympathy for her because of the anime now, Joe, but I don't think she's a great character.
Here's the thing, because one thing you were mentioning is like, and this is something I figured that whenever I hear all these people say they have problems with the ending, it's something I kind of suspected is like maybe the change in scale of the conflict. Because, you know, we go from the battle outside, we go to talking about 80% of the world dying, and then we scale it back to a very
human thing,
very human personal thing with Eren and Mikasa. And then it's probably shocking for a lot of people because, like, you like, I don't know, on a level you want the main finale to be like the bit like, we fucking blow this fucker up and let's stop the rumbling, because like it's a cool conflict where
it is cool.
Like your main character is so driven by freedom that he's gonna murder the rest of the world and we have to stop him. But at the same time, I think that this conflict with Mikasa, it was present with his ultimate goal of, there's a lot of fucking ultimate goals that people have, but this goal of like, I need to push her away to end this in the particular way that I'm thinking of.
In one of the best scenes, no, for sure.
Like, even Armin revisits the thoughts in 1 or 2 episodes after, like in between the finale and when that happens. He's like, look, all the other shit he said, no matter what side he is on, whether he sides with Zeke or with himself, whether he wants to kill everybody, whether he doesn't, he's like, the one thing that's irking me is he's like, there's no good reason for him to say he hated Mikasa.
Yeah.
He's like, everything else Eren does, he has a reason. So why the fuck did he say that? And I kind of like the final thing with Mikasa because it kind of gave me an answer to that, where it's like, here's what I was thinking. I was asking myself all these questions going through season 4, where I'm like, okay, well, what if Eren and Zeke could just like use the Founder's power to alter all the subjects of Ymir to make it where they just can't turn into Titans? You don't have to do anything. But then I was like, here's the thing: we have to accept that if that was possible, they would have done it.
No,
or Carl Fritz would have done
no,
it.
hold on. Years ago. Yeah, Carl Fritz would have. On their part, I can see the reasoning why. It's that now we're defenseless and they might just come for us anyways. I wanted to ask y'all, how do you feel about the rumbling as a solution? Because boy, that is a. Are y'all Jaegerists? Tell me the truth. Gun to your head.
Oh my god, like, how do you even answer that shit? Because any stance you take has a perfect rebuttal from the people on the other side, which I think is kind of one of the main points of Attack on Titan, is it's like, to the people who go through the atrocities, that is the most important thing that has ever happened to them, and you will not convince them otherwise, because it happened to them. And both people on both sides have that going.
The beautiful part is there's an episode that actually makes it clear this didn't happen to any of you motherfuckers, and it's the Kaya Gabby debate where she's like, "My mom didn't kill anyone. Why does she need to die?" Like I love that scene.
Man, Gabby's an S tier character. She's so good.
Gabby's top 5. Kaya is at we threw her in top of A tier. Joe, we were right. Tyler, how do you feel about the rumbling as the solution that Eren went with?
I like the way the anime portrayed his regret about the rumbling. In the conversation with Eren and Armin, and it's like something that happens earlier on, and this is a note about the time that they can experience in the flows or whatever they call them,
the paths.
Yeah, the paths. They can spend like so much time there. So yeah, they obviously start off as kids. So like Armin and Eren talk in there for essentially a lifetime. It could have potentially.
It could, yeah. I don't know. I don't think it was, but yeah.
But he talks as past, present, and future Eren, and he even like you get present Eren moments in there where he's and like future Eren talks about himself in the present, and it's like, yeah, I'm just an idiot who got a hold of too much power. And
see, those reflections were never in the manga.
Yeah, man, you missed. This is what happens when you read ahead.
I gave it the second shot. All right, I made up for my sins.
But Willer, Willer, you should have known, because when we watched dubbed and subbed together, my brother.
Yeah, we did.
And it was peak fiction.
It's so good.
And then you decided to read.
I got antsy. I needed to know. I would have gotten spoiled, bro. I saved myself some spoilers at least. I see too much shit on Twitter. It's dangerous for me. What I will also say, when we were talking about the rumbling, right? The manga did a poor job at convincing me that the rumbling was the right move, because the manga says, okay, the partial rumbling is only going to save us for a while, and we have to sacrifice the royal family for a while. That's just morally the right choice. And the problem is, Historia, that's what she wanted. Eren did this for his friends. He doesn't care about the Eldians. He steps over a bunch of them at the start of the rumbling. He doesn't give a shit. He kills every Eldian outside the wall. He's literally doing this just for his friends. Yep. But really, he's doing this for another reason I'm going to get into later. Because I finally understood pieces of Eren that have been sitting in my brain for 3 years, and they clicked. But okay, all to say, if Eren took the partial rumbling and targeted all the military bases, like Armin says, that stops war for centuries. They could have just ruled the world, just fucking rule the world, and just do it peacefully. It's gonna go to shit. Whatever, your friends get to live their whole lives anyways, which is your whole plan. So, whatever. They set up a very extreme world where everyone hates the Eldians, every single person wants them dead, yada yada, which isn't necessarily the truth, but it's a conflict that's almost unrealistic in how hateful it is. There's a lot of hate in our world, but and granted, the Eldians did genocide different races, but no one cares that much about things that happened 1,000 years ago in our day-to-day lives. Like, it's not a grudge that they're gonna. So, like, I think the story sets up this extreme scenario that requires the extreme solution when, like, I feel like it's not fully earned, but that's okay because I've come to realize the rumbling is not an altruistic solution. It is a selfish solution by Eren, and the anime makes it very clear that it's a selfish solution by Eren for me. So that's something that I've also struggled with, and the anime made me come around on a little more. I also appreciate the time crunch that they were in. Like, when they capture Zeke, it's like, well, shit, we gotta figure out what to do before Zeke dies, and if Zeke runs into Eren, it's gonna get bad, yada yada. So, you were gonna say something, Tyler, if I didn't make it
No. I just wanted to add on, like, I feel... So, we talked about the end credit scene along with that as well.
Yeah.
And let's talk about present Eren conflicting with his future and past selves. And it's like, he basically almost has borderline personality disorder at this point.
Oh, super. Yeah.
Like, he definitely just can't figure out anything.
He's struggling.
I think you have characters at war with themselves. Like, even Grisha, he had his moment where he resolved, like, I don't want to go forward with this, but that doesn't mean anything because you can be re-manipulated into doing something even after you decide you don't want to do it, which is what happened.
That episode is so good. Oh, man.
I think he's, you know, young. He's always been a piss baby. I don't know why anybody ever had any expectations of Eren.
So it's like
it's set up from the very beginning. He's a little piss baby.
He's always been a piss baby, but season 4 Eren, when they get back to the island, is such a, like, focused, serious guy. There's none of that piss baby left in him, so it is a little jarring where you go from, like, this super edgy mastermind Eren to piss baby with almost nothing in between. That was also another jarring element.
Piss babies never change.
It's true. That is the lesson.
Piss babies never change.
Okay, but that's another thing that I still don't really love about the ending. It's that Eren's friends still love him. Like, Reiner has a line in the manga that they changed a little bit, but it's just the most memeable line. It's, Eren, what a man you are. After he's dead and they wake up, it's like, what a man you are? That's what you're gonna say? Like, there's not enough bitterness in how his friends feel. It's like, I get it, you did it for us. Did you ask us about it? We saw you kill 80% of humanity, and Mikasa's still going, Eren, thanks for wrapping your scarf around me. Ooh, like, that shit sucks. I'm sorry. Like, Armin has probably the best, because it's like, he gets to talk some shit to Eren a little bit, even if he respects Eren at the end. But in the manga, he also drops the worst line imaginable, so it hurts in that way. So it kind of sours it, but again, because Eren admits more fault in the anime, I am less hurt by it.
Here's the thing. I think ultimately, and this might sound cheap to a lot of people, I think the ultimate true goal is get rid of the Titans for good, which is what it has always been. And at least the way I interpreted it, is the only way to truly actually get rid of this threat forever, aside from maybe the euthanization plan, was to convince Ymir to abandon her duty to this motherfucker who died 2,000 years ago, which is accomplished by pushing Mikasa away, which is accomplished by killing every motherfucker who ever lived. So
you think Eren...
It's funny when I say it like that.
Doesn't it, Bradley? You think Eren's ultimate goal is altruistic. Joe and Tyler...
I don't know about that. I do think it is still partly selfish.
Joe and Tyler, what do you think drives Eren? Because this was the main thing that I was focused in on my rewatch, and I think I came with an answer that I think is really satisfactory to me, but it's a little off kilter, so I was curious what y'all think.
I think he wants the quickest solution to guarantee the safety for his friends, quote unquote.
All right.
I think what drives Eren is there's a word for it.
His
existential defeatism is in his place in the universe.
Determinism. He's got a deterministic approach where these things have to happen the way they do.
No. He is existential in his understanding of his place in the universe. And so, yeah, I do think he does vie for the quickest solution. But he feels like no matter what he does,
He has to do this.
Humanity will never change. So his solution is to get rid of humanity.
And like while he might think that, I don't know if the story fully agrees. Even with the war at the end, like you get to see people repent before they die near the end as they're backed into the corner, and it works out. Like the story is almost a little too hope cheery for how cynical it is the whole way in the end. Until like the last scene where it's like, oh no, I guess Paradise blew up in the end anyways. But at least it was many years later. So to get to my understanding of Aaron, there's a line that I want to get y'all's takes on. It's when Aaron, it's the rumbling has started. He has a flashback to how he got to this point, how he started getting his future memories, how he started creating his plan. And there's a scene where he breaks off from the group when they're exploring the world, and he goes up to the kid Ramsey, like the foreigner boy.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
And he confesses to Ramsey what he's like. First of all, he saves Ramsey despite knowing that he's gonna kill him. That's an interesting thing to unpack. Can Aaron go against his own future memories? My answer is yes, for reasons I'll explain later. But he does it in this instance anyways because he doesn't like seeing this kid get beat up. He gets Ramsey and he cries to him and he says, and this is before they go out and drink and party, so which is Aaron's so fucked up. He confesses to him that when he found out that humanity existed beyond the walls, he was disappointed. I wanted to get y'all's read on what that disappointment is. Because, yeah.
I think my interpretation is, his dream is of these scenes that Armin described to him beyond the walls.
Mm-hmm.
And that dream with all these beautiful landscapes, I don't know if birthright is the right word, but it's like to them, it was a world that they would be able to, like, have for themselves because they never had anything and prosper and spread and multiply. And he's like, not only is all of that already taken over, which would already be bad to him, it's taken over by people who only want all of them to die.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do y'all have any alternate takes, or is
that's like what I was gonna say. Is it's like he wanted paradise outside of paradise.
Yeah.
Because he thought there would be nothing else, but he's just like, oh shit, it's humans.
Joe, same for you, or more or less.
I really think that I think when I first, like way long ago, when I first like saw that line or heard that line, I think it was more of the fact that no one outside the walls except them had to struggle what they had to struggle with. Like that just wasn't a factor for them, and was disappointed that humanity like didn't solve this problem at first. Or there's something that like disappointed that humanity doesn't have like the actual strength to deal with this.
So
sort of.
I totally think Bradley nailed it, because when he says disappointment, he doesn't say disappointed in relation to morality. He drops a very blunt, I was disappointed. And I've since found out, because I was researching this, there's a big debate on whether or not he was disappointed by the sheer existence of humanity or disappointed at the morality of humanity. I'm on team sheer existence, because think of this.
Yeah.
If Aaron was disappointed about the morality of humanity, he's already seen a future where Jaegerists openly talk about how they would willingly kill everyone to save ourselves. So that why would he only ever like say that to Ramsey, who cannot understand or judge him? It means that it's his greatest guilt. Why would he feel guilt about something that's kind of reasonable to feel? Like, they're all our enemies, I'm disappointed they exist. No, I'm disappointed that humanity outside the walls is not what I was promised by Armin, the thing that kept him going, because Aaron's all about freedom, but the question is, what is freedom to Aaron? Freedom to Aaron's not really the freedom we think of. Freedom to Aaron is taking back what you've been denied, and his birthright is this mystical outside world, and he's fought from the beginning of the story to wipe out all humans to get his mystical outside world, aka he will fight for like, he needs to conflict an oppressor to have freedom. So when he finds out that there's nothing outside the wall, his entire worldview and hopes are crushed. Yada yada, his second motivation is, of course, to save his friends. Like, you can't say Aaron doesn't love his friends, even though he's a fucking asshole. He does. But the rumbling becomes a perfect excuse to selfishly make a clean slate world while fighting for the cause of your friends. And when, like, I think that's what clicked with me this time. It's like the rumbling, Eren doesn't even really believe that the rumbling is a solution to the problem. It's a nice, convenient, like, solution that others can sort of understand, but it's his way to kind of selfishly revert to a child like he does when he's actually doing it. He reverts to a childish self to experience that freedom and create that freedom. So as a result, it makes him a lot more selfish, and the anime plays off of that by making more dialogue about how he's selfish. So all of that made me appreciate Eren a lot more this time.
It's like leaving Minecraft, but realizing that someone else has already stripped the mind of the entire other continent that you got to.
I wish I could drop all my colossal creepers on him.
Yep.
That's a lot about the ending. I know we've talked about this a lot, but I also want to just know Bradley's thoughts on all of Season 4, because my ending squabbles aside, the reason why it hurts so much is because all of Season 4 content is so fucking good for me. So,
That's the thing. I had a really hard time with seasons 1 through 3 of the show up until the last few episodes of season 3, when all of a sudden it flipped around from being like my favorite fucking anime ever. Like, holy shit, that stretch. I think my problem with this anime is that plain and simple, it has my favorite setting in the history of anime. Like,
damn.
It's the coolest fucking setting ever. A lot of cool plot elements. My problem, I think, is just that there's a lot of characters I just don't care about or didn't care about until after they died, and we saw flashbacks of like stuff that actually would make me endeared to them.
What are some hot take Bradley dislikes on the cast?
Oh my god, people are gonna hate me.
Oh no.
No, I swear to God. Pretty much everything I like about Sasha came after she died. When she died, I was not that sad.
Valid. Sasha's solid, but she's not like crazy good or anything.
That's just how it was for a lot of characters.
It makes you feel bad for not liking her while she was alive.
Yeah, right, because she was at least like a bright spot. Connie was always okay. It's like the Connie stuff before they leave for the rumbling, that's like peak Connie. Like, him trying to throw Falco in the mouth and Eren being like, bro, we can't do this. That stuff's so good.
I think if I had to put it a different way, early on in the show, and when I say early, I mean like seasons 1 through like 2.5 or whatever. Yeah. I'm rooting for the humans, but I'm rooting for them because they are the humans and not because I'm like, oh my god, it's that particular character. I love them because they do this thing. I hope they make it out of here.
Yeah.
It's very zombie survival horror. You're like, oh, I just hope the people get out of it.
Yeah.
Then like now, once we've whittled down the characters a lot, and it's like,
and flesh them out.
We can flesh them out. Now, like the last like final crew, I was like, this is my fucking crew.
The final crew is fan-fucking-tastic. I gotta say.
How did Gene make it to the end? What a character.
Bro, Gene deserves even more. He's great. Jean, as he's called. He's probably my favorite of the non-Armin scouts. Like, he's probably... Like, I like him more than Mikasa.
He's just a guy.
But he's had so many moral conflicts throughout the story of, like, my life could be so much easier. It's like a recurring conflict for him, but he always makes the right, dangerous decision.
That's the thing. He always explicitly said, like, I'm gonna choose the comfy life, and I'm gonna sip on my alcohol, and I'm not gonna care what anyone has to say about it. But at every single like moral turn, he chooses the hard way instead of that comfy life, and no one even had to say anything to make him do it.
Eren made that man feel like shit. And then literally drug him through hell.
You suicidal maniac! So good. I like, man, the Marlians are great. Reiner was someone I always loved, but I lost a lot of steam with Reiner in the manga near the end, especially because his last scene in the manga is, like, extra stupid. He's, like, sniffing... He's sniffing Historia's note, like, oh, she even writes smelling good.
No,
so,
I thought it was fun, though. I thought, like, I'm glad
they toned it
about
down.
Stuff like that now.
But the anime made, like, Reiner's final stands, like, his combat stands, the hype is cool as shit. Like,
dude, like, okay, everyone got their chance to carry the team, but, like, on the amount of times you carried the team leaderboard, he's probably at the top.
Reiner holding down the worm is, like, emotional shit. He's like they animated that so well.
Oh
Yeah.
Shit ruled. What are other favorite points of the season? Both Tyler and Bradley. This is get air out all your faves. I wrote a few of my own.
I know mine.
Go ahead, Joe.
Action scenes are god tier.
For me, my favorite scene in the whole series is the campfire scene right before the airbase,
Yeah.
where they are just all like. To me, that's the climax of the whole point of like Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
Is like them laying out everything that's ever happened to them, why they did it, and then just coming to terms like, I know you I hate you for what you did, but I'm gonna have to work with you. Like I think John or someone says that to that extent.
And then he beats the shit out of Reiner. The
Yes.
show is so edgy sometimes. But you know what I forgot about that scene? I was like, oh, I like this scene. And then Yelena goes, wasn't that guy Marco that you guys left to die? And I'm like, oh shit, I forgot she talks about Marco.
Yeah.
That's such a good powder keg for the conversation.
It's like, yeah, it's to me like everything that encapsulates that. Like everyone goes through their own struggles, and when you realize that you're just like contributing to other people's, it makes you really think about what you're doing with your life and like what it means. And I just really like it.
For sure.
I'm gonna say season 3.
Season 3 is my favorite too. Particularly Shiganshina arc.
Just
changed my life. That arc is crazy.
season 3.
Well, I mean, the first half, I'm not so into season 3, part 1, which is like the fighting humans, like political intrigue, or Kenny's great,
Yeah,
by the
Kenny.
way. Top, like at least honorable mention, almost top 10 character for me. Bradley, you would like this story a lot more on a rewatch because I got to season 3, and season 1 is still like okay. Season 2 is really good on a rewatch once you understand who Reiner and Bertolt and Ymir Freckles version really are. And then season 3 is just peak fiction.
That's the thing. As soon as I finished, I was like, I want to actually go back and rewatch the seasons that I hated the first time because I think I would love them.
The first scene of the show is Aaron waking up from the dream crying in the tree because he was getting some weird future memories, I suppose.
And isn't I think the title of the first episode is
To You
2000.
It's from you from 2,000 years, and then we get the to you from 2,000 years, where it's the Ymir story.
Yeah. He sends it to that kid who walks into the tree.
Yeah,
and that kid turns into a Titan, and then they
Baron,
the entire thing.
Good old Baron, as we call him.
I saw a meme that was like it was about Aaron and Reiner's conversations whenever they meet back up in season 4.
Ooh, chills! You're just like me, Reiner. AKA you're doing it for selfish reasons.
But he says that, but he also says something like, Reiner, why did my mom have to die? And then it's later revealed that Aaron was the one who said that.
That's also that's something that I kind of have like a little bit of like
a gripe with.
I kind of it's just
you don't like him gaslighting Reiner?
Get himself even
gaslight himself like.
I was like, so back to can Aaron change his path? Yes. But I think the point I was getting to is because he's okay with the rumbling, like deep down inside, he knows it's wrong to feel this way, but he doesn't mind it. Because of that, he knows he'll always get back on the path and save Ramsey and do the rumbling. I have some of some notes I wrote, and you guys can chime in. I think Armin and Connie killing those allies that haven't been in the story for like 3 whole seasons and showed up in 2 scenes is a little forced, even though it's a really good scene.
Yeah, it's a good scene, but also I'm like, I don't know that fuck.
Exactly. Like, Isayama killed everyone we would have cared about in the scenes. So it's like, oh shit, I gotta bring back who? Who's this? Like, in fact, in the data books, they were listed as dead because Isayama thought they were dead too. And he's like, oh shit, I gotta revive someone for these scenes who didn't die on screen. But I do have some other like highlights. Flock is a great character, even though his plot armor is ridiculous.
It's crazy.
Dude, he was like a cockroach.
You have Reiner and Annie teaming up for the first time, swing behind him, transform, and next scene he's like, I guess I got out of that situation. Like, what? You were dead to rights, bro. Oh my god, fuck it. He's a great character though. It might be like hard to forget, like, but Flock Bradley is the one other survivor from the Zeke fight in the end of season 3.
Jesus.
So he's a war hero. Like, he gets the Medal of Honor with the rest of the crew. He's like at the same level of stature as they are, which is pretty interesting. And then I have some assorted of my favorite scenes. We have Armin and Eren and Mikasa's conversation before Eren breaks off. Bradley made a comment about that the other day, which I thought was pretty funny.
What did Bradley say?
I was just like, yo, Eren's saying some mean shit, and I don't like it.
You're not like this. I fucking love, like, I said keep your hands on the table. Like, and the dub actor killed it, and also the thing is Armin's final little lick, which rings extra true once you know the full story. It's like, who's the real slave Eren? And you know that Eren is the biggest slave in the story. He's a slave to himself and freedom. Zeke...
I was gonna ask when Eren says I'm a slave to freedom, is that a cool line or is that a corny line?
Both, which makes it good.
I thought it was both.
It's the Hideo Kojima cheesy cool combo.
Good old Jim House man.
Zeke's flashback thoughts.
I love Zeke's flashback.
I like this flashback. I was I don't know. There's a lot of characters in the story where I'm like, how the fuck are you going to convince me that this person believed they were doing the right thing? And then I see the flashback and I'm like, all right, I get it.
That's so good. We got Armin and Zeke's final conversation. Wait, this is actually like the most beautiful moment in the story where they're in paths and they're just kind of talking about their lives.
And this is the moment that everybody who hates the post-credit shit where it's like, okay, humanity lives on for another few thousand years and then blows itself up, and people are like, oh, it's bullshit, so it was all for nothing. I'm like, no, you don't get the point of the story. The point of the story is people are always gonna eventually kill each other, but they're not, like, you gotta just enjoy the fucking good moments while they're there.
Yeah.
You know? And that's what that scene was about.
Armin's line of, like, for a moment, just randomly, I thought maybe I was born to be running among the leaves with my friends. I was like, oh, that shit's beautiful. I can't believe such a cynical bastard wrote that. I love it. We have Zeke and Eren passing the ball to each other, a.k.a. Gabby sniping Eren's head off. That's gotta be... That was a chapter end, by the way. We had to wait a month.
Yeah.
Or actually, it was already out by then, so thankfully I didn't have to wait. But motherfuckers have to wait a month to find out what happens after she shoots his head off.
Oh, so good.
And the symbolism of passing the ball because we can't touch yet, and Zeke catches it.
Aside
from season 3, that stretch where they're fighting there in Shigashina the second time is the best Attack on Titan.
Oh my god, it's so good.
Ending with the headshot. Oh, the wine plot. The wine plot is so tense. Actually, genius writing.
There are two types of deaths in this show. There's like there's being eaten, which I'm calling a natural death. There's war.
Basically, in this show.
I think war is a natural death. But then I think the other death is way worse. And that's being transformed into a Titan.
Yeah. Seeing General Pixis, who's been there since like episode 3, finally get turned into a Titan, and like Armin and John have to kill him. Yeah. Like, he was never my favorite character or anything, but I respected his hustle of like keeping shit on lock, and he's gone now. Yes. Also, Mika, like, he was always one of the good ones.
Mika?
Like, yeah, because the fucking Eldians are also pieces of shit. Like, some of them are so awful. So, like, some of them are genuinely good people, and it felt bad that even to his last moments, Mika's helping enemies because they're children. Like, he's showing his humanity. You got the Kaya, Gabby conflict. I felt like this one was very Bradley core.
Oh my god. I just, I'm trying to think of my moments where, like, whenever fucking Zeke turns the 30 soldiers into Titans and then Levi escapes and starts chasing after him. And here's the thing with this final season, right? When music starts playing, but the music has lyrics, you know it's about to get real. And so, like, he's chasing after Zeke, and it's like kind of hip-hoppy, and he starts cutting motherfuckers down. That was super hype.
That's always been the case with the show. The show's always had a phenomenal... I have some of them on my iPod. And then you got the time travel Uno reverse on Zeke. I feel like this is a Tyler moment right here.
Yeah. I do have a favorite moment.
Jog your memory.
In season 4, hot take.
Yeah.
Hanja's death.
Oh, that was beautiful.
I was thinking about that one too, because here's the thing. When Hanji's like gonna make her stand and like let them get away on the fucking ship or whatever, at first she was giving her big speech like, y'all go away, I'm gonna sacrifice myself. And at first I rolled my eyes because I was like, this is like the 12th time in the last 4 episodes that someone's gone, this is humanity's last chance, I'm gonna sacrifice myself. But then she does it, and I'm like, you know what?
It really was.
It's cool every single time they do it.
More importantly, when she walks up and Levi walks up to her, she's like, "Bro, just let me have this moment. I'm scared shitless. I need the adrenaline to keep going." That's such like a human way to do it. And Levi says for the first time, like, "Dedicate your heart." And she's like, "Oh fuck, let's fucking go. Let's go die." So
Yeah.
And then, like, the cheesiest shit is seeing all your comrades in heaven. Fuck it, peak fiction. It was very deserved.
I think that moment has so much impact because so many people have died in this show.
Yeah.
So many people, and they talk about why are we still fighting? Why are we still pushing on? And like all those big motivational moments from like Hanj or that other or from who is the general?
Magath.
Pixis?
No, Pixis? Irvin the goat.
Irvin, thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or from like Irvin, like all of their inspiration is like talking about we do this for our fallen comrades and stuff.
Beautiful message, which like in a show which with as much death as it is, I think that's a really good message to have.
Yeah. So
Great scene.
just getting that relief
Shout out
was insane.
Shout out to Onyakapon, actual goat. that guy pulled in work for the Alliance.
Oh, he was amazing. Commander McGath. Oh no, he's a general now.
Yeah, that was a good. Him and Shadis or Shadis, I forgot his name. Like having their little moment at the end. It's like, wow, you guys just like are just two peas from a pod on different sides of the pond, huh? Kind of beautiful.
They established that like tremendous amount of respect for each other, that they're both about to sacrifice their lives before even sharing their names. Like that, because they're like fucking, I salute you, fucking soldier, and then right before they die, it's like, by the way, this is my name, and I love it. I'm getting goosebumps.
And then the last one I wrote is them passing the baby in the crowd, especially in the anime, where what they did show is like they're all getting pushed to the cliff at like lemmings because the rumbling is almost caught up to them, and there's one baby that a mom throws as she falls to the water. And they keep passing that baby forward, but everyone else is blacked and whited as the baby is like the only thing in color. So like, it's just a really cool way to show like even in this moment, humanity's clinging to the future.
I've been just going backwards in like chapters just because I wanted to see the visuals of the rumbling, and I got to that chapter. I was like, oh, I totally forgot about that whole segment. Yeah, it's great.
I don't know which episode, Willer. But earlier in season 4, Aaron sees that baby in the market, and he just gets that look on his face.
It's gross thinking about what they... Aaron, like, that's such a wholesome part of the story, because everyone's like, this is the outside world, what's that? Like, can we feed the car a carrot? No. And then it's just gross to think about what Aaron's thinking about that whole time. Gives you chills.
Maybe that's an interesting point about the show, though. Maybe he doesn't know that what the future holds for that baby, because... I mean, maybe he saw it die, and then that was like the redeeming factors it didn't, and that's why the rumbling stopped.
I mean, he is going into the rumbling with if they don't stop me, it's gonna go all the way kind of thing. It's pretty fucked. Also, the actual rumbling, Ramsey's death has to be one of the most horrific things I've ever seen in anything ever.
Which one was Ramsey?
The kid that he confessed to, and you get to see him and his little brother try to run from the rumbling. That's the moment where, like, if you're with Aaron at any shape at this point, please wake up. You're
speaking of being with Aaron, worst character in the show on 3.
1,
2, 3.
Mikasa.
Flock.
Okay.
I thought everybody was gonna say Flock.
No, I was just saying Flock's a good character. He's an annoying cockroach man with plot armor.
Yeah.
Cool character, but I want to beat his ass.
Let's close this out.
Punchable
I want everyone's favorite like 2 or 3 characters. Go.
You know what? Here's the thing. Even at the time I was talking about early in the show, when I hated a bunch of different characters, the characters I did like were Hanji, because she's always had a cool personality, curiosity about the world. I liked Armin because he's got the cool, clever solutions, and dude, Levi is just he's my dog, man.
He's so cool.
He is. That's about it. That's all there is to it. He's
You
just
know,
badass.
Levi is the most anti-Willer character that exists. He is an edgelord who's perfect at everything. God damn, that's a good character. Like,
He's still just so cool.
the execution's too good. Because him having to kill his 30 soldiers, it's like, how many more of my people do I have to watch die and kill myself at this point? Good
He was
shit.
like, he's like, if you thought I wouldn't kill 30 of my men back there, then you have no idea how many of my friends I've already had to kill.
Woo! Alright, Joe, go.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go with Armin, Levi, especially since Levi like is fucked up at the end and like in a wheelchair. There's something like weirdly poetic about
The
that.
the anime added a scene. The anime added a scene where he like lives a peaceful life and plants trees with like Gabby and Falco. It's like really wholesome.
And gives kids candy and shit.
Yeah,
That's great.
yeah.
Also Gabby. I think Gabby might be up there.
Gabby's
I think Gabby really like sit home season 4 for me.
Tyler.
Armin, Erwin, and probably Levi.
So
Yeah.
for me, in order, it's Armin, Zeke, Irwin. Man,
Zeke is great. Zeke. Oh,
I
should've
think
put Zeke.
I think Zeke is brilliant. Like,
Yeah.
man, him coming out of there and being like, you know what? Maybe the weather feels nice. If it meant I got to throw the ball with you some more, I wouldn't have mind being born again. Woo!
If I had more time to talk about y'all's hate for Mikasa, I would like to do like an essay.
I think it's just me and Joe. I don't think Bradley hates Mikasa.
I would say like I
Okay.
get it.
It's like
you guys have a stronger.
you hate Ymir. You hate Ymir an unreasonable amount. Well, I hate Mikasa an unreasonable amount.
Yeah,
that's our
that's
toxic
terrible.
traits. But like,
Yeah.
thanks for wrapping your scarf around me, school shooter. Like, shut the fuck up, Mikasa.
She loved him before he was a school shooter, though.
She loved him after the school shootings extra.
That's actually
Yeah.
the worst part.
Well, okay, but she liked She still loved the future him, not the current school shooter him. She killed current school shooter.
Reluctantly, after he gave her like years of good times in her head.
Yeah.
And then,
But the
kiss the decapitated head in an iconic chapter. That was the last page of the second to last chapter. Is her kissing the head.
That fucking shot made me laugh out loud in the manga. It's so fucking funny, dude. You have just Ymir sitting in the background like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah, you know what? Toxic relationships are kind of my jam, actually. All right,
They're just like me for real.
we could talk a lot more. It's been fun, but we need to end soon because Tyler needs to leave soon.
Indeed.
Joey, we gotta speed run the last topics. Plus, you can't
Well,
spoil Alan Wake because it's too complicated.
It's actually true. Alan Wake 2, man, what a video game.
And
None of
topic.
y'all will like this game.
Oh,
I'm looking forward to playing it once it comes onto Game Pass.
Yeah. So Alan Wake 2, like, God, how do I even start with this? Okay, actually. Okay, so Alan Wake 2 starts two main characters, Saga Anderson and Alan Wake. The Saga Anderson portion of the game is like much more a classic survival horror game. You're going through the woods, you're fighting like these monster kind of things, and you're doing like weird puzzles, like, oh, the fuse on the wheel, the Ferris wheel is out. I need to go find the fuse, which is in the gift shop, which has this weird fucking safe puzzle that I have to get through. For some reason that's based off of coffee. So you do a bunch of bullshit with that. And she is at the same time trying to solve this like mystery of the tree cult of the tree that's happening in Bright Falls where a lot of murders are happening. And learns slowly its connection to Alan Wake's storyline. Alan Wake is in a lake known as the Dark Place.
oh, you should have rhymed the last word too.
Okay, sorry. Backing back up to Saga Anderson. Saga Anderson is also accompanied by her partner, Alex Casey. And we'll get to why that's important in a minute. So Alan Wake is in a lake. I don't know anything else I can rhyme with that. But he
Wakes and bakes.
Yes, no, actually, but he is trapped down there, and the lake has the power to turn artistic visions into reality, which is what's happening in Bright Falls. When So Alan Wake is trying to write a story that gets him out of the lake, essentially. Like that's his whole thing is he's trying to get out of the lake and get back to Bright Falls. And at the same time, stopping this thing called the Dark Presence, aka Mr. Scratch, from like getting out of the lake. So when he, so you're going through this whole process of like his writing, where he's just like going from these like locations that he basically makes up and going through the process of just making them into reality, essentially where he is. It's so hard to explain like how these two things fucking connect. A, because of spoilers, but B, because it's like such a mindfuck. But the important thing is Alan Wake wrote a series of books, detective stories, starring a character named Alex Casey, who is the partner of Saga Anderson. Alex Casey is played by Sam Lake. Sam Lake is the co-director and co-writer of Alan Wake.
Is he the live-action dude I've seen in screenshots with the long hair?
No, that's Alan Wake.
Okay, cool. Fuck me.
So you have Alan Wake writing a story about Alex Casey, who is played by Sam Lake, who's writing a story about Alan Wake, which is just kind of fucked up. And it's all about this meta commentary about like artistic vision and having to make things perfect, and like, you know, just like how it affects others and how it can inspire others, but also like how it can make just people like really upset about what you're writing, and how, you know, like, oh man, this didn't reach my expectations, so I fucking hate this. Kind of hand in hand with Attack on Titan here. But like the game is so courageous in how it presents its storytelling. Like it has a mix of live action and cinematic portions. I don't know if either one of y'all watched the video clip I posted in Discord a while ago about like the second or third chapter on the Alec Wake storyline.
I've been hesitant to see any footage of this.
Because that's the thing. Like, what if I end up wanting to like try this?
It seems kind of Willercore. I also just haven't had the chance.
Yeah, it's like, it's so weird, weird and like, yeah, sorry, it's so weird, but it's so cool. I get so invested into like, where is the story going? And I got to like the penultimate chapters of both sides, and I was kind of like, it was losing me a little bit. And then I played the final bit, and it kind of like really all came together for me. I was like, I really, really like where this all like came to and went, and it feels great. And then I got to the very, very end and went, it kind of feels a little bit like cliffhangery, and just kind of like baiting you on for more stuff later. But I still really, really enjoyed it. And
it seems very interesting. Real quick, what's the gameplay like in these games? I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no clue.
So the way the gameplay works is it's a third-person shooter, a la Resident Evil. But I would here's where I would stack things up. I've played 3 survival horror games this year. I think Resident Evil is easily the best of gameplay-wise action, with Alan Wake being the worst. But that's like saying Luffy is the strongest on the crew, and then Sanji's the weakest of those 3, right?
Well, so many people will tell you Sanji's a bitch boy, so.
Yeah, but like, it's still really, really fun. And so what combat is like in this game is that like enemies are shrouded in like this darkness, and you need to use your flashlight to like brighten them up before you can shoot them. If you don't kill them fast enough, they'll get the darkness back on them, and then you have to use the light again.
Right.
And the light is a finite resource. Like, you have batteries, and if you run out of light, they're invulnerable basically. So you have to like be able to like, okay, I can line up and do the light and kill him quickly, so he doesn't like get his shield back essentially. Which is actually really fun. It sounds simple, but it really creates this really heightened situations when these things are like rushing you, and you're like, I can't fucking shoot this thing because I haven't like shown a light on it yet. So you get into these really like close up encounters where you're dodging, trying to run away, and then like shine a light on them, and then shoot them as they're coming at you.
I see the picture.
Yeah, it's like it sounds stupid, but then you play, you're like, oh god, I kind of get what it's going for.
No, let
like,
him cook.
Yeah, like Resident Evil, really fun. I prefer playing for that, but I think Alan Wake's gameplay makes it much closer to that survival horror of like, oh, this is really, really stressful, and I'm like kind of freaking out about what's happening around me.
Nice. That's what I enjoy for sure.
Yeah. On the flip side of environments, though, man, the Alan Wake sections of this game made me like afraid to turn the lights off in my apartment.
Woo!
So
you're saying he's escaping a lake. Is it like a lot of underwater shit, or is it like metaphorically?
He is under the lake, but the lake is New York City.
Oh, what the fuck? That sounds cool though.
Yeah, but like there's a lot of like there's a lot of water theming to it, because they talk about like water is something that gives you life, but it can also easily take away life through like other portions and things like that. And it's very, very, very cool.
Hello?
Going back to Saga Anderson, it's very much like Resident Evil 4. You'll understand why. Resident Evil 4, where like you have a bunch of different enemy types. Like you have like the fast-moving enemies that like rush you down and like melee you. You have the enemies that will throw like knives at you. You have the fucked up reflection enemies that are the top half reflected on the bottom half, so they're walking around their hands.
Sick.
And then like the middle portion is like the reflection part of a lake that they dive into and hide in and run around you.
Oh, that's weird. That's like out there, man.
Oh, I fucking saw that. What the fuck is that? And then it dove into its fucking lake part. And I went, oh, fuck no, and like ran out of the room.
Oh man, that's fun.
So those are all in Saga Anderson sections. Alan Wake doesn't have as much enemy variety. However, what he has is the shadows. So the entire environment is populated with like a New York City like amount of shadows. And they're just walking around and they just randomly go, Alan Wake. and we'll just say that as you pass by them. And like the thing is that like not every shadow is an enemy. Some of them are just shadows, but they will behave like they're enemies. So like you're looking at one and one just like darts to the side. You're like, and you shine a flashlight and waste a charge, and it wasn't like a real enemy at all. So you never know where like a real enemy is kind of like going to pop out from these other like shadows around the entire area. And you can turn your flashlight off and it won't attract them, so they'll ignore you. But if you happen to get too close to one, it's going to turn on you and hit you. So you need the flashlight on. So you're just like creeping around and just like shining lights on these shadows, like, oh god, please, please, please don't. And like this game, you know how Resident Evil, when like you kill something, it's like, oh, you're low on ammo. Oh, here's like, after you kill like 5 enemies, here's an ammo box.
Yeah.
This game does not fucking do that. You are scraping.
No Geneva Convention rations in the.
There's like maybe 1 or 2 segments where they're like, okay, this is like a heavy combat segment, so we're gonna just keep on giving you ammo. But the first boss of the game, I literally ran out of ammo and had to fucking beat him up, motherfucker, with a hand to kill him at the very end. It was stressful as all hell. I did play on hard, so maybe on normal the distribution's a lot better. But like, man, it was like, oh, this is like, oh god, I'm running out of bullets. I don't know what to do. I don't want to fight anything. I really enjoyed it a lot.
You've sold me on it. So if every game developer has a truce and doesn't release any games in 2024 at all, I might get to it by the summer.
Yeah, it's really, really fun. I think like you would have a kick. Oh, here's the part that I think you would really like, Willer. So Saga Anderson's detective. So when you're going around, you collect pieces of evidence.
Oh yeah.
And you go into a mind place and you connect the evidence together on like red string lines, which really helps like show you what the story is and how everything is connected.
Oh,
which really like
that's that.
helps, like,
that's that 13 Sentinels stay in one screen reading lore until it clicks kind of shit. I love it.
Yeah, and some of it is mandatory, so you will get a lot of it, but there's a lot of it that's also like you have to go and discover on your own and like walk through Bright Falls and Watery and discover and put the pieces together by yourself and some other puzzles.
Sounds cool.
And I was like, brilliant. And then Alan Wake has a writer's board which he uses to change the environment as well. So you're like putting different elements of like his writing. It's like, okay, I'm in the lobby. Let's make it the cult ritual scene and see how that works and changes the environment. And he types it in and then it changes like what the surrounding is. He does a narration of like the cult set up its ritual here and begin dissecting. Like it does all this shit.
This sounds like some artsy shit, which is so up my alley.
100% artsy fartsy.
Oh, I love it.
So crazy.
All over my face, please.
And then the best part is they do this effect where like, have you ever seen in like old film where they'll put two film reels up like against each other to like layer like an effect, like a skull or something over something?
Sure.
Like it's just
I can
like
picture it.
They do this effect where like they'll layer, there are portions where like Saga Anderson and Alan Wake's like segments start to come together, so the environments layer on top of each other as you move through them, and like, which is great because you're going back and forth between these levels. So you're like, I was here before. Why is this showing up now? And you're just like seeing like images from the past and the future as you go through it. And it's a seamless and really cool effect. Like the first time it was happening, I thought it was a glitch in the game, but it was like, what is going on? Like it was just really, really cool.
So I gotta find time for that. Like, you said you didn't play the first one, so maybe I can jump into this one as well.
I think you can get by. The one thing you need to there's like a few. The only thing you need to know about Alan Wake 1 is that he went to this place with his wife, and his wife got captured. And he had to go into the lake to save her, and he basically had to exchange.
And now he's escaping. Okay, yeah.
And now he's trying to escape and get out.
Cool.
And that's really all you need to know. That being said, I don't know if you know this, Willer. This is connected to the video game Control as well.
Yeah, and I've played some Control. It didn't quite grip me. It seemed cool, but like I don't know what it was about it. It's a little sterile, maybe.
I haven't played Control, so I can't really say anything about that.
Cheap or free a lot of the time, so keep an eye out.
I own it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it was probably one of the free games we'll know.
Yeah, it's just like, but I didn't play it at all. I don't know much about it. And the only thing you need to know is like the Federal Bureau of Control is there as like another kind of factor in the game.
Nice.
Oh my god, the music in this game is so fucking good. It's a great soundtrack, and it's like a key component to the game, which is also great.
Nice.
But yeah, Alan Wake 2, I really, really liked it. It's my second favorite survival horror game I played this year. Poor Dead Space. I played that
in the mud.
Yeah.
Anyway, we do have to play you out, Joe, of the Oscars, so we can.
That's fine. I'm
try to finish in an unreasonable time. Thankfully, we started early. I just want to gush a little bit with Bradley about Super Mario Wonder.
The best Mario game ever made.
So Bradley, what is the sentence? And I've seen this sentence a lot. What is the sentence? Best 2D Mario since Mario World, or best 2D Mario since Mario 3. What does that make you feel? Do you agree?
Yeah. I mean, shit. I mean, I think it's just kind of the best one, period.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sentence offends me. Be brave. Let's just talk about how this is the best 2D Mario period.
Using anything you can do in those two games mentioned, you could also do in this, and it also just has way more creativity.
It is oozing with love. Joe, you can borrow my Switch, but you can't because I'm playing Rain Codes. But
the way I put it was like, you would think after 35 years, Mario, which is like just the most basic, you run, jump platform.
The video game.
You'd think after 35 years, they would have run out of ideas, or it would be stale, or they're doing the same thing over and over. But like, this is the most creative it has ever felt.
By a ton. By like not every level has its own. So every level almost has its own unique gimmick.
Oh yeah.
But the way like it works is like, there's the Wonder Flower you run into that introduces. First of all, the levels have a standard Mario gimmick. Like, this is the level with a bunch of enemies that do this like stupid thing. It's like cute. Mario levels are great. Then you run into a Wonder Flower and it flips that gimmick on its head, and you will run into the same gimmick 2 or 3 times. But in a world with in a game with 7 worlds and then bonus worlds and really good collectibles in all of them, that means a lot of new shit you're going to be seeing. Like, you're going to be seeing a new combination of gimmick, like normal stage gimmick plus Wonder Flower gimmick every single level. Like, there is no repetition that is like quite the same. And when I think of Mario games, it's kind of fucked up because like I only grew up Mario World growing up. I only played Mario World growing up, and then my other memory is the kinda soulless Wii Mario game and the Nintendo DS Mario game. That's like New Super Mario Bros. Is revolutionary and shit, but like it's not the most exciting game I've ever seen. So all that to say, like my perception of what a 2D Mario should be was kind of out of whack. Because then you think of like Mario Galaxy or Odyssey, and you're like, oh no, those games are so fucking creative. And that just was not being reflected in the 2D Marios, and I feel like they finally caught up to the 3D Marios as far as like, even 3D World, for example, as far as like being very creative every level. I was gonna ask, how far did you get? Because I beat it.
We didn't beat it all the way. We're definitely over half. Because it's fun to just like after work get on, do 3 or 4 levels, hop off, kind of like that. Now, one thing that this game is like, oh my god, it's the coolest feature ever, is the way the online works.
So
like,
good.
You don't have to play alone, but you also don't have to play with other people at the same time. Like having that ghost of another player, I don't know. You really feel like you're playing with this person.
I never felt alone. I solved puzzles. I found secrets. You can share power-ups with the ghosts. I saved ghosts. They saved me. We did relay lives of saving each other, like relay like jumps of like, okay, I die, I drop a thing, I'll wait here for you to die, I'll pick you up, and that just happens over non-verbal communication of 2 souls trying to figure out how the fuck to get a secret or get past this like tricky jump.
And it's cool when you have moments of like you've been going with one person through a whole level, like showing each other like good ways to go or where secrets might be and reviving each other, and then like I don't know, like I'll be close to the end and I'll see them struggling with a part, and it's like I could end right now, but I'm so invested in this 8-year-old who's been playing with me, and like I'm standing there and I'm emoting and I'm like, you can do it.
It's all worth it when they hit you with the smiley face when you're both on the flagpole. Oh my god, my heart soars. So Joe, it's got the Death Stranding mechanics. You can also put down standees that like are different, like cute little different poses that your character could takes. And then those standees serve as revive points for people that die and turn into ghosts. And then there's times where it's like you can force yourself to become a ghost and then try to fly to a player you see that's like in a high-to-reach secret you can't get. But the standees are smart, where most of them, if they're in front of you, you have to touch them before they become active. So they can't. They're almost always not a way for you to skip content. They're a way for you to like keep retrying tricky parts of the level. So it's really smart where like more progress unlocks more player standees, and you find like creative places to put them. And then there's the badge system, which Bradley, what do you think of the badge system?
I think the badge system is also super cool. There's some badges that are like definitely better than others, or some badges that are like they might trivialize certain levels, but for the most part, I really love it. Like getting to choose your kit, so to speak.
I really like the, especially once you get to the later worlds, they redo the badge challenges, but like, alright, here's the real version of what a badge challenge for this badge would be like. And those are quite difficult. You do get a badge that is just so objectively the best near the end that like, I am using it as I'm going through levels again every once in a while to try to get like, unlock all the secret worlds. But there's a badge, Bradley, that gives you the Wii Mario propeller hat spin. It gives you a mini version of that. You know, where like you can jump in the air and then you do a spin jump, double jump off of that jump.
Jesus.
And it goes almost as high. It's like a hair shorter. And I had to go and check because I was like, there's no way this is that good. It's only slightly shorter than the badge where you like crouch to do the Mario 2 jump. Like the high jump with that.
Yeah.
And both of those badges are higher jumps than the Mario 64 triple jump badge, which is kind of surprising because that one actually takes skill to do.
Yeah, you have to like time it and space it.
Yeah. There's a badge where every time you jump to the beat, you get coins. That one's just super fun. There's a badge that unveils secrets in the map. But then there's the badges that are made to fuck you up, and they're kind of funny. There's one where like, okay, as soon as you press a direction, you infinitely run. and you run at max speed.
Yeah, like you cannot stop.
However, that run hovers over ledges for a slight second, like you do like a Wile E. Coyote run over the air, which lets you like speed run levels in very unique ways if you know exactly what to do. There's a badge that turns you into a spring. You permanently jump. Weirdly enough, I did some stages with that badge just for fun, because it's like, oh, it's a free high jump at any point as long as I like control my bouncy ass Mario. And then but then there's the more fair badges, like you get one where you like use your hat to glide. You get one that's a Yoshi jump that's like pretty strong, but compared to the spin jump badge later, it's nothing. The wall jump badge is like very fair. You got a grappling badge that's also pretty fair. So for the most part, they're all very good. It's just that one badge kind of like trivializes any other badge almost.
I gotta say, another much needed change to this game from the past like 10 years or so has been, if you're in multiplayer,
oh my god,
locally,
yeah.
you can no longer fuck up your teammates by grabbing them, throwing them, stomping on them, stuff like that.
that shit's unfun.
Which, like, when they first introduced it, it was fun because it's like, oh my god, like we're playing through the level, but it's also fun to beat the shit out of each other.
It's fun and spelunky because you want to like it's hilarious when you fuck each other up.
But then like, oh my god, like over time, it really does just make the game so hard to play because then you're fucking each other up without even trying to. Like even after you've resolved, like, okay guys, we had our laughs, let's get serious. Like we can't beat the level, we keep getting in each other's way. In this game, you just pass through each other, which it's just so much easier.
Oh man,
it would be neat if they had like a toggle. I don't know if they do, but like where you can flip on the physics or not. Or
you can.
Maybe. Yeah, I didn't know if that was a.
I checked the things because you can also make the flowers speak in different languages, which is cute. Yeah, like once I turned on the online, I was like, I'm scared the online's gonna make things too easy. It just makes them so much more fun. You will die plenty still. Like you will die all the time. You will save each other all the time. Sometimes the dude, like, there's times where it's like you can tell someone's trying to save you, but the level's so hectic where it's like, I have to go on, so they leave you.
That's the thing, like, without the online multiplayer, I could Mario could be boring for a lot of players, single player, without the online, because it's like the levels are fun, but it's like, I don't know. Sometimes you want that shared experience, and the online multiplayer just gives you an easy way to do that.
This is the future. Like, if they can take this a step further, where they can go full Death Stranding on it, where instead of just standees, you can leave like actual platforming elements on the map to help people out.
Yeah.
And then they take it to the next Zelda game where it's like, I don't know, you're running around as Link, but then other players are represented by like little Navi fairies flying around in the world.
Tears of the Kingdom 3 having Death Stranding mechanics was like, I built this rope which will let you climb this. I built this weird dick bot and left it in the world for you to find.
Which is cool because, like, not only would that be stuff from other players, it could play into the lore of the world. Like, no, this is something that was built a long time ago, and it's just here.
Yeah,
that's
there was
sick.
an adventurer.
A previous Link.
What you do is like you put Breath of the Wild or Tears of Kingdom 3 like 100 years in the future, and you make that the mechanic. Yeah.
So I was gonna ask. Go ahead, Joe.
I was gonna say, just Kojima did it again. He made like, oh hey, here's this like one mechanic this whole game's based around. Everyone, that's a great idea. Let's do that in every game now in the next.
And I mean, we're not there yet, but so many more games need it's the simplicity. Man, Death Stranding 2 is gonna be so good. Yeah, anyways, I was gonna ask Bradley, what are your favorite wonders that you've run into for us to close it out? Because as I was playing, I made a list of all my favorites.
Oh my god. There's one that I think it makes your bodies like super, super tall and skinny, which just kind of, oh my god, it just like fucks up how you expect you're supposed to be able to move.
And the map moves with what height you are. That's a fun one. Any others that come to mind?
One of the classics, because it's super early on and everyone hits it, but it's also just one of the most memorable, is the Bull Rush one.
Yes. Also, the singing piranha plant, really early on, really sets the stage.
I was just watching a video about that last night because it was like a 20-minute video about like the music of Super Mario Wonder and how a lot of game soundtracks nowadays, instead of just like having an MP3 file that they play, they'll have a bunch of like layered tracks that are all the same like rhythm and tempo and key and stuff that they can layer on top of each other. And Super Mario Wonder does that a lot as you go through levels, but then they're like particularly in that level, like each piranha plant has its own layer, and if you kill all the piranha plants, like you won't hear any singing.
Brilliant. The way the piranha plants are reused later is very good, I will say.
Sorry, that just reminded me of a boss in Baldur's Gate 3, but go on.
How the fuck? Anyways, some of my I'm gonna like try not to spoil anything, but if anyone's listening, there's one where you control a cannon ship that I think is really fun. There's one where like you're in space and like everything's electrical and you have to like float around. There's one where you turn into a spiky ball. There's a level called Ninja Jump Party.
I think I remember the space electric one. I think it was supposed to be a play on like Balloon Fight, like the single player level.
Shit, yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking Mario Galaxy vibes. There's a whole, like, this isn't the Wonder, but there's a whole stage around pushing the stage itself. And, like, the stage is really tricky, where it's like, wait, I can push this part, and you just do that in different ways. There's one called, that I've dubbed Metal Goomba Solid, MGS, where the stage opens up with a Goomba walking out, and he gets eaten by a new type of enemy that eats anything. It eats coins, it eats power-ups, it eats Goombas. You go out through the stage, bopping these guys in the head, and you touch the Wonder Flower, and you turn into a Goomba that can't jump, moves really slowly, and immediately in front of you is one of those ED motherfuckers. So you have to, like, sneak around the whole stage without a jump as you, like, avoid these, like, Goomba eaters.
Metal Gear Goomba.
There's one where you ride a magic dragon, and it feels like... That felt like the Wonder. Like, it was... I felt like that was the conception of the Wonder system. It's pretty late in the game, but it just felt like... It felt so right. It was drug trip to the max. And then, the last two stages are so fucking brilliant. Like, about that music in Mario Wonder, the last two stages use music so well, and the stage flows unlike any other, and the final boss is so cool. Oh, man. Man, that game cooks. I want to definitely replay those. And Bradley, if you
still got it,
you gotta finish it. We gotta talk about, because that last boss, those last two stages, in a different way, made me feel what I felt when I played the New Donk Festival in Mario Odyssey, where I'm just like, God damn, I love video games, and like Mario does it in a special way when it's doing it.
Every waking hour of the past week has been either playing one of two games or binging Attack on Titan, and I still got a lot of games to finish before the end of the year, so...
It's tough out there. But hey, at least you finished Attack on Titan.
Ooh.
Yeah. All
right, almost the longest podcast ever, I think. No, it might be.
Yeah. Apologies, I had a lot, but then Attack on Titan always...
That was an hour. It was a whole ass hour. But I had a ton of fun. That was a good discussion. All right, I'm going to free everyone. Thank God we started early. It feels...
I know, can you imagine?
It's actually earlier than we finish an average length podcast, so we'll take that. My voice is going, so bye-bye.
Adios.
Bye.